Okay, how we looking? I think we're better. How's it looking now? Everything seems to be a lot better on my end. We back? Everything good? Everything look okay? Much better. Okay, yeah. So it looked like they had a little bit of a hiccup. They're working on it, which is good. My bit rate is fine, which is really nice. And even the dashboard is no longer going crazy. Smooth like the inevitable chocolate oyster smoothie bearing down on you in the future. God damn it. Okay, so, Itsy, I will write out a thing, because I have a lot of stuff that I'm pulling from. But I will definitely write out a thing, and we'll probably do that in a bit, because I don't think we've got a whole lot left with, I don't think we got a whole lot left with this game, so we're actually going to end up doing a lot of that TTRPG stuff tonight, and kind of like going through what's needed. For sure. So yeah, you'll definitely have the list. But off the top of my head, we are looking at Vampire the Masquerade, the revised edition, which is the green book with the red rose on it, or the green book with the Camarilla sign on it. Either one, doesn't matter. Vampire Requiem is another one. If you can find it, because these are really old. Vampire the Masquerade Ebony Kingdom, which takes care of all the different African clans. And then Vampire the Masquerade Kindred of the East, which takes care of all the, I believe, Middle Eastern and Asian clans. And then also Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition. I want you to know, I was watching you in the lounge last night, and I don't know what Mama Pirate overheard, but she went, Shadow has kids, and I was very confused, yet amused. She's unexpectedly invested in the Shadow. I don't have kids. I do not have kids. Bloop, what's going on, buddy? I have, well, that's not necessarily true. I have a cat. And she is the queen, and that's basically where that is. And her name is Sadie, and Sadie loves to tell me when it is time for me to give her treats, or when it is time to go to bed, or when it is time to make sure that she gets pet and loved. So that would be my kid, essentially. That's what I said. I was like, pretty sure he doesn't, but has cats. But she was adamant, so you're a parent of ghost kids. Nice. I have a half-price books right next to my local comic shop, so I'm sure one of these places will have the rare... It's entirely possible. We're going to be going through it, because there is other stuff that I'm drawing from, too. But those would be... Let me see. Revised, 5th edition... Those would be the 4... initially that are needed. So yeah. What kind of cat do you have? She is a... Oh god, she's gonna be like 13, 14 years old now. But she is a gray and white short-haired tabby. And her name is Sadie. Yeah. Yeah. And she is the queen, and she knows it. I have a song for you then, since she's got... Well, it's mostly gray. It's mostly gray, I'll be honest. Definitely gonna need that. Wait, did none of this stuff transfer over? Maybe that's what I didn't do. No, I grabbed everything in here. Okay. So I used to have, unfortunately, I had 4 cats, but 3 of them passed away within about 3 weeks of each other. This happened a few years ago. I had Gracie, and Gracie was a black and silver short-haired tabby. And then I had Tally, who was a black and silver long-haired tabby. And then I had Snickers, which was a reverse tortoise Maine Coon. And unfortunately, all 3 of them passed away within about a week of each other. And Sadie is the only one left. Corgi, what's going on, buddy? Maine Coons are great. You know what? So, Snickers was, and she, obviously it's a she, but Snickers was originally my sister's cat. And then when we moved, we took her with us because my sister, her living situation, stuff like that, she couldn't have a cat, so we kept Snickers, right? Initially, Snickers did not like me. And over time, Maine Coons usually become like a one-person cat, essentially. And she loved me. You're home already? Well, that's a good thing. Holy shit. That's awesome, dude. But yeah, Snickers absolutely loved me. She would literally, like, especially when I was streaming, she'd paw at the door, and I'd open up the door, and she'd come in, and she'd just sit right next to me, right next to the chair, and then she'd just look up at me and meow, and I'd turn the chair, and she'd just jump right up into my arms, and she'd just want to literally, like, lounge across my chest and on my shoulder, and she'd just stay there for as long as she wanted, and then she'd be like, okay, I'm done, and she'd just jump down and go away. That'd be it. I couldn't get rid of her. But she was a very dainty and very, even for a Maine Coon, she was very, very, very tiny. And I used to call her Squeaker because, she didn't meow, she squeaked. Ooh, that looks really good, Corgi. Holy shit, dude. I'm not really a cat person, and I told the family that I would only consider getting one that acted like a dog. Well, so Maine Coons, like I said, they typically are a one-person cat, right? And they can definitely act like a dog. For sure. You could barely finish? I don't doubt it. But yeah, I used to call Snickers Squeaker or Squeaky. Tally I used to call Shithead because she was. I mean, she was goofy. It was like it was in an affectionate way because she was just goofy, right? She just was. I'd be laying on the couch watching TV or something, or I'd be in the office doing work or whatever, and she'd just come up and she'd jump on my lap and she'd look at me and she'd take her paw, and she wouldn't, like, the claws weren't out, but she'd take her paw and she'd reach up and just on the side of the face, and then I'd look down and go, what? And she'd just look at me and then just try and lay vertically across my chest, find out it wasn't going to work yet again, and then go, okay, I'm done, and then just go away. And then there was Gracie, And Gracie was just such a love. She really, really was. I had Gracie since she was a little thing. So, yeah. And then there's Sadie. And Sadie has always been, like, really, really chill and everything else. And she's the queen. She's the only one left. So, and I've already said, like, even if I decide later on I'm gonna get another cat, it wouldn't be until way after Sadie's time has come and gone. Because, I mean, like with any pet, right? It's traumatic, right? They're the boss, you know, and everything else, and then you bring in another animal, and that animal, because it's younger, is getting more attention. I wouldn't want to do that to Sadie, you know? I wouldn't want to do that to her. There we go. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? Is there anything else I can pick up in here? I don't think so. But I'm gonna double check before I do anything else. We got weapons, but I don't need those. We got somebody's head.
We are about to close the case.
Also, we did, by the way, we did try we did try to keep Fabian around, but yeah, he couldn't do it, and he gave us all the rest of it. What clan is Sophia? I want to say you know what? Fuck it. Let me just look it up. Hang on. Bl2, what clan is Sophia? She's Tremere. Is Sophia really Sophia or someone else? And did she actually die or not? She didn't die. She did not die. She's been planning this whole thing along. I know I heard Lou make a side-ass remark about her clan. Yeah, she's Tremere. That's what it's saying in the White Wolf wiki and the Google AI overview, is that she is Tremere. This doesn't look good.
Sophia!
Fire! My love! You arrived in time!
Uh-oh.
Crude, isn't it? But by sickle or scythe, Cain cares not.
Oh, damn.
Have you come to change your mind?
Wow.
I am here only to end your suffering.
Mine? And what of yours? Cain marked you long ago, nomad. All those centuries running like a frightened rabbit. The Janissary deserting the Sultan's house guard. You bear our mark, and through it, I will make you a true sword in Cain's hand. A true and proud kindred.
Uh-oh.
A skulker in shadows. The city bleeds. Jezebel sits watching at the window. Soon, she will fall, and you and I will be the hounds to lick those old bones clean.
You know, I met someone. Someone I would not have known.
Yeah.
Not for you. Fabian liked you. He thought you were sweet.
This is kind of one of those,
You
oh
lost
god, she's
yourself to
hot
the Black
moments.
Hand.
The little detective. A useful implement, no more, no less.
He is gone now. He gave himself so I could face you. And in his memory, I will set you free.
So begins the harvest.
Oh shit. No powers? Oh, fuck. Ow, 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 ow.
Follow me, my love.
Little bastard. Oof. Oh, they explode? That's bad. Jesus Christ. Oh, come on.
Come to me.
Oh, she didn't like that. Oh!
We will break this cycle. We will teach truth to the world.
Wow. God damn. This bitch be crazy. Yeah, I just juggled your ass, bitch. Ow.
Miss Light, a gift for you, my love. Still want to play? Over here, my love. Still want to play? Catch me!
Wait, hang on, my headset was falling off. It's Wub Wub for you again? It's Wub Wub? What do you mean Wub Wub? She ain't happy. She really ain't happy. Asshole. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Come to me. No, shoot. Show yourself.
Oh, fuck off. Are we sure? Got her.
Are you satisfied? The gardener is gone. Your moonflowers are gone. And soon, you too will be gone.
I will never leave you. For you, dear fire, are mine. Mine! My love!
Oh, shit. Damn.
My love.
Oh, she dead. Yeah. Yeah, she's uber dead. The Nomad has changed Seattle. Your actions have had a direct impact on the future of the city. Excuse me.
Of chaos, of fires, of rioting, hallucinations brought on by chemical fumes. You know the spin. Sure, folks died. They called it Red Christmas. Investigation, executive heads rolled at a gasoline processing plant, and that was it. The gutters ran with flames when the IAO brought the Inquisition to town. A second great fire, but this one of Seattle's kindred. Killing the lead Inquisitor is never a smart move. They burned down the Glacier Hotel, and Lou Graham perished with it.
Wow.
Screaming curses to the skies. Katsumi stayed, fighting the good fight for her fun-time followers. The IAO wiped them out, cleared out the jungle. The Emerald City is no longer a safe haven. It pays to keep friends in the city, particularly fabulous hives who know their way around. The Nomad escaped. To where? Who knows? See, the Nomad remade our city. And maybe our city needed it. That fucking Cain on a crucifix. I hate it when the old folks visit.
Damn. Okay. I told you, we didn't have much longer. Well, yeah, but if you were around for most of the story, you could see everything going to hell. Like, every time there was, like, a new mission or whatever, crime got higher, gangs would go out and fight with cops, and anarch clans would be all, anarchs would be all over the place, and so on and so forth, because literally the city was just going to shit. I will say this. I liked it. It was a blunder to call it Bloodlines 2. Massive blunder to call it Bloodlines 2. But I'm going to say something, and this might be a little controversial. Chinese Room did very, very, very good with what they had to work with and the time they had to do it in. I wouldn't mind seeing more of this kind of vampire game from Chinese Room. Just don't call it Bloodlines. For the love of God, don't call it Bloodlines. But this was actually really fun. This was really well done. I actually really liked this. I mean, what did you guys think? Was it the best? No. Was it terrible? I think that would be reaching. I think that'd be a severe reach, for sure. Well, the first one is pure RPG, which is why everybody got mad, because this is called Bloodlines 2. So everybody was expecting the same kind of RPG experience that you get from either a tabletop RPG or what we've seen from so many other RPGs, including Bloodlines 1. This doesn't have any of that. Well, it has a little bit, but nothing like... nothing even remotely close to Bloodlines 1. So calling it Bloodlines 2 was a massive fumble. It's like being at the 2-yard line and the quarterback fumbles the fucking ball and then the other team runs it all the way into the end zone. That kind of fumble. I do not know anything about the first one. Having said that, I would give it a try. I'm going to give you a little piece of advice. Do yourself a favor if you are going to try it. Get it on GOG. Because it has everything that you already need in order to not only be able to play the game, but to be able to play it entirely, and it has the unofficial community patch already set and good to go. Don't bother with the Steam one whatsoever. Yeah, GOG already has the unofficial community patch. GOG has everything that'll just make it work. Whereas with the Steam version... sorry. Steam has never been known to update older games or anything like that, so... it's not worth it, because you gotta go and do all the work for yourself. But yeah, you want to play it, do yourself a favor, get the GOG version. Absolutely. But this really wasn't bad. I gotta hand it to Chinese Room. The locale looked amazing. It was gorgeous. All the characters looked fantastic. I liked a lot of the voice acting. I thought some of the voice acting was really well done. I loved being able to talk to inanimate objects. I thought that was really cool. The story was a little slow in some instances. The dev company's called Chinese Room, yes. The story was a little slow in some instances, but generally speaking, it's two stories going on at the same time. You've got a detective story that wraps into the main story. So I can understand why maybe it's a little slow. But the combat itself was a lot of fun. I liked the combat mechanics. The music was good. Their only blunder was calling it Bloodlines 2. Had they called it Vampire the Masquerade Nomad, this game would have been fucking amazing. Everybody and their mother would have gone out of their way, because we've been waiting for a really decent Vampire the Masquerade game for a long time. And I'm not talking Blood Hunt, and I'm not talking, even though I'm sure they're pretty decent, I'm not talking visual novels like the 4 or 5 of them that are out there over the last few years. I'm talking an actual fucking game. This is, for all intents and purposes, an actual game. And it's a decent game. It's a very decent game. I know that Ko had some issues with it initially because he played it on release. I didn't have those issues other than one crash. Literally one crash, but I'm tacking that up to it being the fact that Chinese Room knew what they were doing, but they didn't have a whole lot of time, and they were working with Unreal Engine 5. For an Unreal Engine 5 game that gave them very limited time to actually do something, one crash is really fucking good. Really good. Why do you refuse to play Nier on OST? Or on OST, on PC? Oh, the soundtrack was fantastic in this game. I loved the soundtrack. I thought it was fantastic. Because you need mods to play it? No, you don't. I've never needed a mod to play Nier on PC. Not Nier Automata, anyway. My issue with Nier Automata is that it, for whatever reason, keeps fucking with the resolution. That was always my issue with the PC version of Nier, and you always had to go back and change it. But if you get the GOG version of Bloodlines 1... you don't need to worry about anything. You literally just double-click it because it's already got all the patches and everything installed and it's ready to go. You don't need to do a damn thing. That's why I said, don't bother with the Steam version, get the GOG version. That's it. GOG, it takes literally all the work out of it. You don't have to do anything other than just double-click it to play. That's all you need to do. What happens when we continue? Hang on.
Satisfied?
Oh.
The gardener is gone. Your moonflowers are
Yeah,
gone.
you're gonna have to get that sober.
You too.
Oh, yeah, we're... okay, exit to main menu. So, yeah, that just shows you the last bit of it. That's fair. Yeah, the Steam one, I spent 2 days getting it to run properly. Because you want it to run in 1080p. You want it to not crash constantly. You want it to have the fixes that are needed in order to play it through its entirety. You also want a second unofficial community patch that allows you to bypass an entire level, because the level's so fucked up, even when they went back and tried to fix it, it's still so convoluted that it's not worth your time. But yeah, Good Old Games already has all that installed. They've done literally all of that already for you, which is really nice. But yeah, Steam version not worth it. GOG version 100% worth it. Absolutely. $100% worth it. Yeah, exit to desktop. And as I said, was probably going to be a short one. was probably going to be a short one. You mean to tell me GOG is good, is for Good Old Games? Yeah, absolutely. Now, I will say this. If you decide to actually go through and play the original Bloodlines, I'm going to make life very, very, very easy for you. Do not pick any class other than Malkavian. And I know that sounds really stupid, and I know I know everybody and their mother is probably going, why the fuck would I do that? Here's why. Because the original developers did not have the time needed in order to do the second half of the game for all the classes. They literally only had time to do it for Malkavian. So the entire second half of the game, as much as I love the game, the entire second half of it literally turns into just a very generic first-person shooter. And if you do not play Malkavian, you are severely fucking yourself. Because they are literally the only class that is fully fleshed out throughout the entire game. Every other class in that game is great for the first half. Second half, you're fucked. You're going to make it like 100 times harder if you do not play as Malkavian. That, unfortunately, is just... It is what it is. Let me bring up the stuff, but let me change a thing here. Got it, yeah. And it sucks, too, because it is a fun game, but... You know how it is. Oh my god, I can't fucking spell today. I don't even know what I would put this under. Ah, fuck it, we'll do just... Nah. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do just chatting. I don't care. Just chatting works. Like, I looked up tabletop, and I was like, okay, what should I put it under? And, yeah, it doesn't. There's so many things that are listed as tabletop, it's not even funny. You know what I mean? So, it's not even worth it. Let me bring up the Bloodlines 2, soundtrack. Because the soundtrack was actually really, really, really good. I really appreciated that. I thought it was well done. I'm going to turn it down, though. And then I will bring up the stuff that is needed. Okay, there we go. Where are we? Okay, so I'll bring this up. And then bring this up. Maybe. There we go. Took it a minute. Okay. And then where are we? Maybe I gotta go up. That's entirely possible. Yep. Okay. This one. And then this one. Okay. Here. Good. Okay. I'm gonna move you over here. Okay, so these are the four. And again, some of these you're gonna look at and be like, whatever, you know. And that's fine. But this is what we're looking at. So we are looking at currently, whether it be the 20th anniversary edition, the revised edition, which is instead of the Camarilla symbol, it's a red rose. Green book, it's a little bit more green, but red rose. But yeah, this is what you're gonna need. And then, and I hope Itzy's still here. And then we have Vampire the Requiem, Kindred of the Ebony Kingdom, and then Kindred of the East. Wow, that is zoomed the fuck in. Holy shit. Jesus. And then Kindred of the East. And then Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition as well. These two are easy to get your hands on. These two, maybe not so much. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. Super Zoom, true. Can't stay long, though. No! Let me see. Well, hey, at least the good news, is you were able to see the end. Where are the clans? Chapter 2, Sex and Clans, 37. 37. Got it. I gotta go up, I think. No, I gotta go down. I think. Yeah. So all the different sects and clans. You missed it? No! No, not sex. Sects. Okay. So, the Camarilla we already know about. Traditional strongholds, Chicago, New Orleans, Vienna, London, and Paris. Seattle could be one of them. I know there are others where, if you look at stuff like, Milwaukee is another one, I believe. It's trying so hard not to mention. Oh, God. Practices. You got all that stuff. Conclaves. You got the Sabbat, which we've already been through, right? Detroit, Miami, Mexico City, Montreal, and Madrid. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. The Anarchs, their practices. The Independents is another one. Okay, finally. The clans. So you've got the Assamites, right? You've got the followers of Set. I have to wait because fucking Adobe sucks. The Giovanni are not going to be in it. They just aren't. The Giovanni no longer exist. As of 5th edition, they are part of another clan entirely. So the Giovanni are not there anymore. The Ravnos are still around, which is cool. The Bruja as well. They're still around. Followers of Set. The Gangrel. Giovanni, like I said, they're gone as a clan. The La Sombra. Malkavian. Everybody loves Malkavian, and I can see why. The Nosferatu. Ravnos. Toreador. Tremere. Tzimitzi. Ventru. So those are the clans from the 20th anniversary or the revised edition. Like I said, Giovanni's no longer around. I'm pretty sure the followers of Set are now Banu Hakim as well. So, Itzy, which one did you say you wanted to do? You said you wanted La Sombra, right? We will be. Yeah, it's not for at least a few months, because there's a lot of planning and stuff that has to be done, but yeah, we will be. And I'm just asking Itzy first, because I know she can't stay long. Either an offshoot La Sombra or Tremere. Okay, so let's see here. To the mind of a La Sombra, it is better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Fear, frenzy, the power to determine whether another lives or dies. These are at the root of the power that La Sombra hold dear. Whereas other vampires try vainly to hold the beast at bay or give themselves wholly to it, the Lasombra beat the beast into submission, invoking it when it suits them, but leaving it trapped inside when they wish to govern themselves. It is with these predilections that the Lasombra style themselves as a dark nobility, an aristocracy of the night that chose the supremacy, of the Cainites over the veneration of the Masquerade. Right? So, not bad. There's an offshoot clan that can speak to Fae. I'm sure there is. Let me go down here. Sires. Okay. Lasombra often have disparate natures and demeanors. Mental or social attributes are equally likely to be primary. Attributes tend to be narrow and specialized, showing individual expertise. Keepers cultivate backgrounds of all types similarly in initially low quantities, better to diversify themselves. Okay. Knights of high aristocracy have never faded, yada yada yada. It starts with a K. Well, let me take a look. Lasombra offshoots. The primary offshoots of the Lasombra clan in World of Darkness lore are the Angelus After, the Kabbalat al-Khayal, and the Lasombra Anti-Tribu. This bloodline is a more esoteric and extreme offshoot, known for their deep devotion to the Abyss and their use of unique, often horrific forms of shadow magic and oblivion rituals. They are a Sabbat bloodline and consider themselves the truest servants of the clan's dark heritage. Also known as the Tribe of the Shadow, this is an ancient bloodline of Moorish Lasombra from the medieval era. They were prominent in Iberia and North Africa and have a unique history tied to the interaction of Cainite and Islamic cultures, often serving in the courts of Muslim rulers. In editions prior to V5, the Lasombra were almost exclusively a core clan of the Sabbat. Lasombra, who were not a part of the Sabbat, often as a result of being captured or having their vinculum broken, were known as Lasombra Anti-Tribu and often joined the Camarilla or became autarchus, I guess. With the events of V5, a large part of the main Lasombra clan joined the Camarilla, effectively making this distinction obsolete in the modern timeline, though it was a key political offshoot for many years. And then Ramanga, potential though not explicitly confirmed Lasombra bloodline found among the Laban in some lore. Okay, fair. It's... How do you spell that? Is that with an L or an I? Okay, it is. Yeah, Chiasid or Chiasid. Okay, let me see. Chiasid or bloodline of Lasombra found after a mysterious accident involving the Lasombra Marconius of Strasbourg. The accident involving fairies in the blood of Zirnabush, a god of the underworld, resulted in Marconius gaining several feet in height, turning chalky white and developing large, elongated black eyes. The Chiasid are a very sedate clan, noted primarily for their fascination with ancient lore, their solitude, their impeccably good manners, and the fact that they look like 7-foot-tall space aliens. Chiasid are in some way connected with changelings. They are vulnerable to cold iron and have an inherent understanding of fey tricks. Their Mythosaria discipline gives them the ability to modify reality in ways not unlike the Fae. Chiasid are nominally aligned with the Sabbat, although this has more to do with ancestry than anything else. The Chiasid do not involve themselves in sect affairs, and their temperament is not well suited to the sect. So, again, like they said here, let me go back. Like they said here, 5th edition, most of them end up joining the Camarilla, so that's fine. Right? So I'm not worried. I mean, if you wanted to do something like this, the only really big difference is they'd be Camarilla because of what happens in 5th edition. That's all. So I'm not 7 foot tall. So Dark Ages, Victorian Age, Final Knights, they trudge their way through the years as they have since they began collecting knowledge for whatever reason drives them. Fair. Solitary at times, perhaps a bit territorial. If one were to find more than a single Kiasid in a city, it is either a sire and their child, or a very brief visit from a colleague. They do not enjoy each other's company, which is strange considering how little they have in common with everyone else. After a short period of instruction, 50 years at the most, and this period has grown much shorter in modern Knights, a child is released from her sire's haven and is no longer the elder Kiasid's responsibility. That's interesting. Knowledge and magic heavy clan, huh? Okay, so Lasombra, we know. I think you'd probably be looking at like Tremere, maybe Samitsi. Maybe Toreador. Well, hang on. Nickname for the Toreador: Degenerates. Let me go down. Many Toreador hail from high society or bohemian backgrounds. Indeed, many are themselves artists or influential among local art scenes or other subcultures. Actors, singers, musicians, sculptors, poets, playwrights, authors, and creative folk of any stripe may well find a home in the clan, as do those who serve as patrons or travel to the entourages of those. Okay, so these are basically artists. But let me double check here. Depending on how the Tory... Yeah, so this is basically like an artist clan. Tremere. Warlocks. Okay. Now we're... the Kiasid, or Kiasid, I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce it, seemed ideal because they are kind of loners. Well, so the cool thing is if you want, you could easily be a loner. That's not an issue. Like, regardless of which class you pick, if you want it to be something where you're introverted or you're a loner, something along those lines, that, you know, that can easily be done. That's nothing. Tremere. Tremere draw from a fairly narrow pool of potential acolytes, those who have an awareness of the supernatural, who are driven to succeed, who seek answers that elude less inquisitive individuals, yet who also have the discipline to heed the edicts of their hierarchy, make good Tremere. This isn't to say that individualists don't have room in the clan. Rather, those who got their own way may well find themselves leading a chantry or greeting the sun if their interests don't align with those of the pyramid. So Tremere is, think of it like a magical pyramid scheme. Essentially. But Tremere is another one. Samitsi is definitely one. These are more fiendish. Elder Samitsi, particularly those of the still-landed nobility in Horial domains, may have family lines from which they embrace, or they may restrict their occasional string to terrified villages suffering in thrall beneath their estates. New World and younger Samitsi aren't as discriminating and are more practical. Indeed, many Samitsi fledglings are little more than shock troops, embraced and warped to the limits of their frames to cause revulsion and revel in bloodshed until put down. Gives a whole new meaning to MLM. It's true. It's very true. Few Tsumitsu know moderation and thus often favor physical or mental attributes, usually one with extraordinarily high trait. Knowledges are usually favored, those skills are valued as well. Mentor, allies, domain, and retainers are all quite appropriate to Tsumitsu, as are narrow, almost overdeveloped disciplines. Their alien mindsets often lead them to follow paths of enlightenment. The ghastliness to which many Tsumitsu are often exposed during their fledgling years sometimes results in complicated derangements. Yeah. Yeah, and that's fine, Itzy. Let me go over to this one and bring up the clans really quick here. This one has a really long intro. There we go. Okay. Introduction, Society of the Damned. Special rules and systems, storytelling and antagonists. Okay, so we got 18 and it looks like 88, maybe? Oops. Elysium. What page am I on? Okay, here we go. Yeah, Society of the Damned. That's fine. Might have to scroll back up here. Covenants. Let's just do this. Okay, so the Embrace. Okay, so the Requiem, it's curious if not unfitting that the most common name for unlife among kindred is a musical reference, the Requiem. The word itself means a mass or musical composition for the dead. In some cases, a requiem is a dirge. In other cases, it is a chant intended for the dead's repose. In still others, it is a gesture of respect. I'll be lurking, but you'll be on in the back. Sounds good, Itzy. So then 88, let's go to character. Character creation. Okay, creation process. Excuse me. Select skills. That's step 3. What's step 1? Select attributes. Character concept. Okay, concept is... yeah, character sculpted before the thoughts of game mechanics focus on a player's attention on microcosmic details of his character's personality. It is important to hammer out the rough-hewn form, seeing the whole before concentrating on the parts. Fair. Character was a staunch defender in New York, homeless, fighting for their rights and tending to their needs, is embraced into the Keck clan, frightened him into hiding among the downtrodden who have now come to see him as a predator of the alleys. Okay, fair. I'm just looking for clans. That's all I want. There's a lot to these books. Like, a lot. Okay, here we go. Finally. So we've got the Deva. We got Gangrel. Maquette, which I think are gone. Nosferatu. Bl2. Oh yeah, Bl2. Hang on. Okay, the Bl2 are basically like the aristocracy. That's right. Yeah. So those look like those are really the three in this. There are probably more, but I'd have to read through like the entire fucking thing to find all of them. The interesting stuff, though, is Kindred of the East. Why is this so big? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, well, sure. Can I just... Okay, so it just goes... There's 100, finally. The Hungry Dead, huh? Oh, oops. Too many... There. Curses Levied, The Ways of Karma, Second Breath, Brutal Rites... The 100 Corpse Families. Okay, here we go. So we got the Woo. So the Koa. You'll probably, if I'm being honest, you'd probably find like a lot in the Ebony Kingdom stuff, as well as the Kindred of the East, for sure. You'd probably find a lot. In terms of magic and whatnot. Yama Kings. Here, let me just do this. VTM Magic Clans. So you've got... These all have different, like... abilities and stuff, but it looks like... Said woo, my brain went wee woo. Oh, no, not that kind of woo. W-U. Wee woo. Ooh, okay. Vampire the Masquerade, a guide. Okay. Based in the deepest roots of the Middle East, Assamites or Banu Hakim, yep, are often feared as one of the most deadly of all clans, often stereotyped as assassins or diablerists. Their true mission is to further themselves from the jihad. Fair. Often thought as the Bruiser clan, Brujah have been slowly regaining their roots as intellects and scholars. Unfortunately for them, Brujah are quick to anger and passion, and this has been a major setback which has given rise to the roughneck and rebellious image they have in modern knights. Caitiff are the clan list. I will say Caitiff is one that I'm probably gonna say, unless like there's a really, really, really good reason, I'd probably not allow anybody to create a Caitiff character. And the reason why is because Caitiff take so fucking long to basically level up. Like, insanely long, because they have no clan, right? Basically what it is with the Caitiff is they are embraced, but for whatever reason, the Sire's clan attributes don't take. So they are a vampire, but that's literally all they have. Right? It's not like, oh, well, because you were sired by a Tremere, you're a Tremere. No. You don't have any of the abilities, you know, there's nothing that comes naturally to you, regardless of who or what you were, right? In your human life, there's literally nothing that transfers over. And as a result, must pay 6 times the current rating to purchase powers with XP. You know how long it would take for a Caitiff to actually level up? Meanwhile, everybody else is leveling up and doing their shit, and you know what I mean? Like, that would suck. So, unless there's like a really, really, really good reason, I don't think I'd allow anybody to actually play Caitiff. That'd be me if I were made a vampire. No. Hang on. I had to move my fan. The Daughters of Cacophony. Comprised strictly of females, the daughters are thought to be a bloodline of the Toreador, or even possibly the Malkavians. These free spirits reject any affiliation with either the Camarilla or the Sabbat. They are often called sirens because their unique discipline, Melpomene, utilizes song to influence emotion. Holding up. Well, here, let me do this. Daughters of Cacophony. We'll go right to the White Wolf. Let me see. Culture. Not much is known about the Daughters of Cacophony as a whole, only that their particular bloodline avoids the nightly troubles of the Jihad. Typically, members of this bloodline fall in with whatever sect fits their interests at the time. Since their numbers are so few, organization is questionable. Interestingly enough, all members of the Daughters of Cacophony seem to differ from heavy metal rockers to opera singers. Sounds like a bard to me. In line with their particular penchant for music, a Daughter of Cacophony will constantly be able to hear an inner music flowing through their mind. However beautiful this music might seem, it also impedes them by serving as a constant distraction, making it harder for the Daughters of Cacophony to perceive things around them. The daughters call this melody the fugue. Some daughters completely succumb to the fugue, becoming what the daughters call banshees. Unable to perceive anything but the song within them, they are unpredictable and often violent. It stands to reason that this weakness could give credit to the claims of the daughters being a clan of Malkavian offshoots, seeing as they are permanently deranged with auditory hallucinations. How many... Wait, let me see. What's the question? How many days' blood does it take for a fledgling bloodlusted vampire to die if they don't have enough blood? So, that's not entirely how it works. Basically what happens, and here, I'll bring up a thing really, really quick. I'll show you how it works. Yeah, this is 5th edition character sheet. I don't care. That's fine. Visit. Fuck it. Okay. So this is your character sheet, right? Now you have these little dots. These little dots are called blood points, right? You also have these squares, which is health and willpower. Okay? Your health is determined when you first create your character, and it can go up naturally as you level up, and that's all well and fine. Or if you're injured, it can absolutely go down. Your willpower is basically kind of like pushing yourself to an extreme so that you can use, say, you can become a little bit stronger temporarily, or you can have more stamina temporarily, stuff like that. But also, it can give you temporary health points. When your health reaches 0, you are typically in a state of torpor, which means that the only way that you can actually come back is if somebody gives you blood. So you have to be careful with that. But, and here's the cool thing. Let's say you wake up at night, right? Maybe instead of 5 boxes, you're at 4. And your maximum health is 5. You can go out and you can feed on somebody and you get that health point back. That's how it works. So, Daughters of Cacophony, huh? Let me bring up a thing really quick. Obsidian, yes. I'm gonna make a new thing. VTM clans. So I will put Daughters of Cacophony. That way I don't forget it. But you have... Yeah, I gotta go through the list. Hang on. I'm gonna put this over here. And then bring this back up. Go over to here. Actually, wait. I have a cheat sheet. I think. Info. Yep, infographic. Nice. So currently, these are the clans that you can play in 5th edition. But I'm adding the extra stuff like Daughters of Cacophony, Kindred of the East, Ebony clans, and stuff like that. So, start out with Banu Hakim, Bruja, Gangrel, Hecata, La Sombra, Malkavian, the Ministry. They, if I remember correctly, they're a new one. There's a Kata, I'm a fit. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll look that up in a second. Lasombra, Malkavian Ministry, Nosferatu, Ravnos, Salubri, Toreador, Premier, Simitsi. How do you spell that? S-C-E. Okay. Simitsi, Ventru. Yeah. Okay, so let me... Of course, I gotta go to the other screen. There we go. Alright. They are the newest vampire clan in World of Darkness. They are vampires specialized in necromancy. They're not a fully organic clan deriving from a single antediluvian and an uninterrupted bloodline, but are made up of the Giovanni and the remnants of the old clan Cappadocian and their respective bloodlines, as well as the Nagaraja. Despite their lack of connection with Cappadocius's lineage, represents a new, mostly unified clan of death, comprising kindred bloodlines who practice necromancy through the use of oblivion. Much like the Giovanni that it almost entirely subsumes, it is also a family, albeit a much more extended one. With the Banu Hakim joining the Camarilla, the Ministry joining the Anarchs, and the Ravnos greatly diminished, the Hecata are the last independent clan of significance in contemporary Knights. History: we will weather the fires of the Second Inquisition. We come together as the last truly independent clan because we must. The feast, the promise, the reunion, death wrought rebirth, the three faces, we survived, and now we become what we always were, the Hecata, the clan of death. So that's another one. That is definitely another one. Due to mysterious changes in the blood, many Hekata, or Hecate, I don't know, no longer have their old curses. Most Samedi are no longer rotting corpses. Nagaraja rarely require the sustenance of flesh, and Cappadocians and Harbingers of Skulls have shed their deathly countenances. Instead, most share the same clan bane, the excruciatingly painful kiss inherited from the Giovanni. What is the kiss, you might ask? It is a word in kindred terminology that refers to the act of biting and drinking blood from a victim, as well as the orgasmic pleasure that it provides both participants. Let's see. For a vampire, the act of feeding becomes highly sensual regardless of their gender or previous sexual orientation. This applies to the victim as well. It is an extremely intimate experience, perhaps the most intimate experience either participant will ever experience. For the victim, a vampire's bite brings exquisite bodily pleasure comparable to or even greater than the height of sexual release. Vampires can have sex and consider it a great way to feed, but carnal pleasures don't mean much to vampires, as that sense of emotional intimacy is lost to them after the embrace. Only the kiss, the act of sinking their fangs into living flesh and sucking on the blood within, can give that connection again. The victims become paralyzed with euphoria, preventing them from escaping and dulling their senses to the environment. Sex is a great part of most vampires' unlives, but nothing truly replaces the ecstasy of feeding for a vampire. It is not uncommon for humans to form herds around a particular vampire to willingly experience its kiss, nor is it uncommon for humans to become addicted to the kiss, or for vampires to form emotional attachments to their vessels. Right? Unfortunately, it's very painful for the Hekata. And a variant is decay. These Hekata are, in a sense, radioactive. Not with gamma radiation, but with pure entropy. Everything around them seems to suffer decay at a gradual but noticeable pace, including their havens, their personal resources, and even their retainers. These Hekata suffer additional flaw dots equal to their bane severity divided among haven, resources, and retainer flaws. This can be substituted with a penalty of buying background dots at twice the cost at character creation. Further advantage dot purchases are also penalized by a tax of experience points equal to their bane severity. So they're made up of the Giovanni, the Nagaraja, and Cappadocians. But there was a thing, and I believe this is it. Let me bring this up here. So the Second Inquisition is a term used by the Kindred to describe the global rise in hunter activity, targeting them specifically, much of which serves as a continuation of the persecutions of the original Inquisition. Frequently used to refer specifically to the Coalition, despite that conspiracy being only one part of the wider movement, albeit one of greatly outside significance. Some conflate the Second Inquisition as a whole with the Hunter's own reckoning, which is not true. So any Death or Flesh Eater clans, basically, yeah. Yeah. Basically what happened is the Giovanni became so big that the FBI, the CIA, and other intelligence agencies of the United States and around the world began to investigate them and took them down. The problem is that they were found out to be vampires. And had it not been for some very, very high up people in the Camarilla to actually come in and do something about it, the masquerade would have fallen. So there are a few people that are left in the intelligence communities that know of the existence of vampires, but they're also ghouls. And then you also still have the hunters. Which, I mean, they're rabid assholes, basically. What's the masquerade? I will bring that up so you can have a clear definition of the masquerade. Okay. There we go. The Masquerade is an organized disinformation campaign heavily enforced by kindred society, mainly the Camarilla, meant to convince humans that vampires and various other supernatural creatures do not exist. They wanted to catch a mob family and ended up in a vampire nest. Yeah, pretty much. They went, oh, fuck. And the Camarilla had to step in and go, whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on a sec there, pal. Your neck looks a little itchy. Let me scratch it for you. So, whoever still is aware in intelligence communities that vampires do exist are usually ghouls or people who are addicted to the kiss. That's what it is. So at the end of Bloodlines 2, Spectre, when Tolly was talking, say, oh, yeah, you know, I mean, there were chemicals that were thrown around and so on, and it was causing hallucinations of monsters, and that's what the Masquerade is. Do skinwalkers exist? I'm sure that there are ways that I could come up with one. Sure, but they would not be playable characters. Anything other than a vampire is not going to be a playable character. That's just basically how it works. So yeah, that's the Hecata. The Banu Hakim, I guess, would be the closest to them, but they're Camarilla. The Ministry would be the Anarchs, and Ravnos are greatly diminished. So the Hecata are the last independent clan. According to 5th edition, basically. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. The Second Inquisition was one factor, as it took a heavy toll on Clan Giovanni in North America and forced much of the clan organization there to regroup in Italy. Another factor was that of the Promise of 1528 was rumored to be coming to an end after a previously undisclosed 500-year time limit. I don't know what that is. It was a treaty between the Camarilla and the Giovanni that formally accepted the Giovanni as the successors of the Cappadocians. It was given by the founders and Claudius Giovanni, officially ending the feud between them that had silently festered since the Conspiracy of Isaac. Okay, fair enough. Where was I? Here we go. Two other significant events that occurred around this time. First, the death or disappearance of Augustus Giovanni, founder and patriarch of the Giovanni, and the devastating assault by the Harbingers of Skulls on the clan's holdings in Venice, undertaken with the assistance of some younger members of the Giovanni. Between the damage of the Harbingers' attack and the maelstrom of wraiths unleashed by Augustus's undoing, the Giovanni, perhaps at the behest of the Capuchin, called for negotiations and a conference that came to be known as the Family Reunion. The Harbingers agreed, and not only did they show up, but so did the Samedi, any remaining Cappadocians, the Lamia, I guess, and even a handful of Nagaraja, seeking refuge from a catastrophe in the Shadowlands. The parties negotiated an end to the hostilities, and the clan, known as the Hecata, came into existence. After the formation, many sects are concerned about the newly established Clan of Death, most notably the Camarilla and its inner circle, who worry they will have little chance of controlling the Hecata once the promise expires in 2028. So they don't have much left. They don't have much time left. A sense of morbid curiosity overtakes Hecata, gripped by their beast. Their blood urges them to study the individuals around them for signs of illness, frailty, or impending death. Until they have either predicated a death or solved the cause of a local one, the vampire suffers a 3 dice penalty to other rolls. Their conclusions do not need to be absolutely correct, but should stay within the boundaries of the possible. Variant compulsion, the vampire experiences an immediate need to move something from life to death, or vice versa. Any action not dedicated to ending or resurrecting something is taken at a 2 dice penalty. This subject doesn't have to be a person or even a living thing, but can include objects or even more abstract things, such as an idea or conversation. The compulsion lasts until the vampire manages to kill or return something to life, figuratively or literally. No, we finished. We finished, Crit. It took like maybe 40 minutes. It was just the last battle that we had to go through. You avoided last night. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. We're done with Bloodlines 2. I like it, but want to play it eventually. Totally fair. Yeah, no. We did like the first 45 minutes to an hour, and it was just the very last battle that we had to do, and now we're just talking about the TTRPG stuff. That is what we are doing. So there's a lot of stuff when it comes to the different clans. Please don't let anyone get dominate. Oh boy. Well, we're talking about different clans for the TTRPG. That's what we are currently doing. This crew with dominate terrifies me. Oh, God. Let me look at something real quick. There we go. Either we all get it or none of us. I mean, you can choose what you want. We're kind of going through stuff because I know, like, for instance, Itzy was kind of torn in a couple of different ways in terms of like what class she wanted to be, and I know Aelin is kind of the same way and stuff like that. So we're going through that stuff. My displeasure is immeasurable with Twitch pausing all the time once again. Dude, we had issues with that earlier, so it's not just you. It's not just you, Bloop. Still don't know what you'd play or do. Well, once Spoiled gets the channels set up in Discord, I'm going to throw all the resources that I have in there so that you guys can read through the stuff. And then that way you have... Whether you want to get a physical edition or not, that's entirely up to you. But at the very least, you will have the digital version so you can go back and you can look at stuff and so on. You'll have that resource, which is really, really nice. What is this clan? So in the 5th edition, which is what we're going to be basing a lot of stuff off of, quite literally, this is a group of necromancers. It's a clan of necromancers. However, they are made up of what was left of the Giovanni, Cappadocians, Nagaraja, and I believe the Salubri, somewhat. Yeah. Yep. Let me do this. Kindred of the East clans. Okay. Kuei Jin do not have a generation, humanity, or traditional virtues. They have 4 virtues mentioned above and a Dharma attribute rated from 1 to 10. Dharma functions more like a read in that the character steadily gains it during time, although ratings above 5 are inordinately hard to acquire. Characters at Dharma 0 are unplayable. Characters at Dharma 10 have achieved the 100 clouds and won the game, quote-unquote. Dharma substitutes for generation when considering a character's power, which is fair. Totally fair. Yeah. So Kindred of the East is really, really cool. It was a supplemental series for old World of Darkness, but what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to allow these clans to be played if that's something that's wanted. I would absolutely allow it if people wanted to. And same thing with Ebony Kingdom, which is African vampires. Which is really, really cool. So, I gotta do a thing here. Independent. We know that. We know the Daughters of Cacophony are independent. Banu Hakim. Camarilla. Oops. Damn it. Bruja. Camarilla. Gangrel. Camarilla, I believe. Hecata, independent. What, Banu Hakim? Banu Hakim is actually what we played in Bloodlines 2. That's the clan that we played, which was really cool. I think I said the ministry was Anarchs. Nosferatu, Camarilla, / independent. Ravnos, definitely independent. Salubri, I don't know. Toreador, definitely Camarilla. I just put Treem, it's Tremere. They are definitely Camarilla. The Mitzi, I want to say was Sabat. Ventru, Camarilla. Well, Itzy was originally looking... The Daughters of Cacophony looked... She originally was looking to possibly be like an offshoot La Sombra. Speaking of which, I think it was called... I can't spell it, but this was the offshoot that she was looking at. I don't know whether it's supposed to be like Chiacid or Chiacid. I don't know, but that was the offshoot La Sombra that she was possibly looking at. Was that. But then she was also looking at Daughters of Cacophony, which... Think of them like vampire bards. Which is kind of cool. There's a faction of Salulinos, okay, that are part of the Sabbat. I'm like, okay. Who pursue the Golconda. These individuals are warriors driven by fierce desire for revenge. Okay, so the Salubri are also Camarilla, primarily. Which is fine. Okay, yeah. La Sombra is Sabbat, but they did say that they can be either independent with that offshoot one that she wanted, so independent / Camarilla, which is fine. Itzy's not sure what she wants to do exactly, but she has many ideas. Nothing wrong with that. Sorry, I'm in and out. No worries. No worries at all. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do Daughters of Cacophony. Call them Vampire Bards. Banu Hakim are judges, assassins, etc. Bruja are... Well, you can do Camarilla, and typically you can also do Anarch with them. Call them heavy hitters. Ravnos. Oops. Wanderers. Samitsi are... we'll leave that for now. Here, Crazy Pants can talk to inanimate objects. Clan of Death is the Hecata, or Hecate, or whatever the hell you want to call them. But I am going to do this. Dark Aristocracy. That's what they think of themselves as, is a dark aristocracy. You going to try and sleep in everyone's beds in this one too? Oh god. I forgot about that. That was funny. That was actually really funny. Let me see. I need to take a look at a thing really quick. I was thinking Ravnos would be fun, but hard to put into a coterie. I mean, if there's a good reason... If there's a good reason as to why, sure. It could happen. Absolutely. The one that I won't allow, unless there's an insanely good reason, and I forgot to put them, are the K-Tiff. But that's because they are clanless. Which means, each point costs 6 times the amount it normally would. It's all be independence, F the establishment. Well, so here's the reason why, and actually I'm going to need to make a new thing about this, right? Here's the reason why. So... I'm doing Camarilla. So, VTM storyline for campaign. Right? We're gonna be put in a really interesting timeline. You find all your furniture has been rearranged in a chaotic feng shui style. True. So, basically what it is, okay, is you're going to have certain things that are going on, right? This is after the Second Inquisition. Right? Which is something that takes place before 5th edition, which is fine. But this is also going to be something where What's the best way to put this? The start of the end times is basically going to be where we're going to end up being. Okay. Now, that doesn't mean that when you create your character, it's not going to be starting is going to be fire and brimstone and balls of flame coming from the sky. Pre-alpacalypse, I like it. Yes. It's not going to be that. But what it does mean is it's going to be a time of unrest within the Camarilla, the Sabbat, the Anarchs, and Independents, who all sense that an impending doom is coming sooner rather than later. That's what it means. So it's the start of the end time. So the Camarilla, all the different cities in the Camarilla that are Camarilla controlled are prepping, essentially, right? There could be many different ways that the Camarilla are prepping. Same thing with the Sabbat, same thing with the Anarchs and the Independents and so on. But, and this is a big thing, this also means that all otherworldly creatures may or may not be affected by what is coming and may or may not allow themselves to try and intervene given the circumstances. Okay, so that's basically what we're kind of looking at, is this is a time of preparation. Now, obviously, there are going to be different stories and stuff like that that we're going to be going through and whatnot, but this is the general setting, right? This is the start of the end times for everybody. That's when literally all of you would be coming together. And what I'm going to do is there will be an episode 0 for each person. What an episode 0 is, for those of you who have never played D&D or VTM or anything like that, or any other TTRPG, typically an episode 0 is loosely defined as developing your character, like the creation of your character, and kind of doing like a little thing by yourself between you and the GM, so that you can kind of get a swing of things and you can understand how the dice system works and everything else, and what kind of things the GM will or will not allow. Basically, that's what it is. So everybody will get their own episode 0. Right? When it comes to episode 1, that's when everybody would actually come together in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, absolutely everyone would get their own episode 0. Which I think would be really cool. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, tons of homework. But here's the thing. The resources that I have for you guys will spell out a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. We get a group episode 0, right? Because that makes sense. Or are you doing the classic, you don't know each other and here figure it out? Because I don't trust any of these effers. There's not... as it stands right now, there won't be a group episode 0. However, what there will be is... an episode 1 would probably be a very, very, very short introduction of everybody by someone else, with an explanation as to what's going on and why. But that's not to say that there couldn't be an episode 0. It's just that's right now how it's looking at currently. What time period is it to be in? Modern day. This all takes place modern day. And there are definitely, like... what's the best way to put this? There are pros and cons. I wouldn't allow anybody to be Sabat. Primarily, we'd probably be looking at, like, most people are going to end up being part of the Camarilla, which is fine. Independents and Anarchs, if you really, really wanted to be one, we could talk about, and I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it. But again, there are pros and cons to each. So, for instance, independents can basically use whatever kind of technology that they want because they generally don't care. But the Camarilla is very, very, very old school when it comes to stuff. So, for instance, they don't use the internet whatsoever. They don't use digital cameras. They don't use cell phones. They rarely use regular mail. Right? And the reason for that is because the Camarilla traditionally believes, depending on the prince and the city that you're in, but the Camarilla traditionally believes that stuff like this is just a massive, massive liability because, God forbid, somebody puts something private about them being kindred into an email and somebody else intercepts it. Now the masquerade is broken. That's how the Camarilla typically feel. The Sabat, on the other hand, just look at people like food. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They believe that vampires are supposed to be the top dogs. They believe that people are nothing but food and cattle. And they also use a lot of different magics and stuff like that, that even some of the darker clans of the Camarilla are like, oh, fuck that. Right? The Anarchs can use technology to an extent, but are usually curbed by the Camarilla. So we'll use the example of Katsumi, right? Katsumi was the leader of the Anarchs in Bloodlines 2. Fair enough. But Katsumi knew where to draw the line. So when she heard, oh, hey, look, there's this big shipment of, like, heavy-duty fucking weapons coming in, instead of going, oh, yeah, no, we'll absolutely intercept it and we'll take it, she doesn't want that kind of heat. Because she knows that if she does get this heavy-duty weapons cache, the Camarilla is going to come after her and her Anarchs and wipe them out entirely. So instead what she does is she talks to Campbell, who was the prince at the time, and then Campbell went and did what he did. I'm not going to get into it too much, obviously, because, you know, I don't want to spoil anything for Crit. But that was the political side of it. She knew they'd be royally fucked and on everybody's radar if she took this massive big dick weapon shipment. Right? So instead, she threw the Camarilla a bone, said, hey, listen, some of my people want this. I don't want anything to do with it. Here's where this is. You better go get it. Makes sense. So again, Anarchs have like a very, very, I guess you could say, uneasy alliance, but again, that also depends on the city that they are in. And typically not all Anarchs are bloodthirsty and crazy and everything else. Typically Anarchs are just... It's going to sound really, really stupid, but they're just more... Oh, fuck the establishment and this, and like all this, and they'll get like really, really, really riled up, and every once in a while there might be a flare-up, but then usually the Camarilla and the Anarchs come to the table, and there's this like uneasy alliance between the two. Independents just, they don't really care, they do their own thing, they're not like looking for war against the Camarilla or the Sabbat, they kind of do what they want to do. Right? Boomer vampires trying to use the camera and accidentally turn on the cat filter. Yeah. Gina coming in with a raid. Gina, thank you so much. How you doing tonight? How are the things? Oh, my nose is itchy. Oh, can we get a shout out for Gina? I'd appreciate it. Ooh. Helps if I spell the name right, doesn't it? There we go. How is Dark Sector treating you, Gina? How are things going with that? So yeah, and then there's certain cities that are controlled by the Sabbat, certain cities which are controlled by the Camarilla, and so on. There are a couple of Anarch cities, there are a couple of independent cities as well. It just really, really depends on what's going on at the time, and that's stuff that I gotta figure out as well. There's also cities on the East Coast that are part of this whole thing too, but again, I have to figure more of that stuff out because there are other forces at play when it comes to the East Coast. So what I mean is, like, the West Coast is really, really, really spread out. Right? The West Coast is really spread out. So if you have stuff like, let's say San Francisco. Let's say San Francisco is a Camarilla city, okay? You could have... You could have another city in California that is a Sabbat city, or is an Anarch city, or an independent city, right? But California is big enough where you can stay out of each other's way. New England is a little bit different, considering, like, let's say you want to go from Boston to Nashua, New Hampshire. You know how long that takes you to do? About an hour. So it's well within the defined lines of being able to get somewhere fairly quickly. You know what I mean? But there are also other things at work too. Like, for instance, most of Maine, most of New Hampshire, most of Vermont is werewolf territory. Because there's a whole lot of nothing up north. Go figure. Except for woods. So you have stuff like that on the East Coast, and everything is really crammed together. And it makes for, it definitely makes for a little bit more complicated of a storyline, for sure. What is this? The Lady Afterwards. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. Huh. Is a cultist simulator TRPG for 2 to 8 players set in 1920s Alexandria, a world of secret histories where hidden gods watch over a world of apocalypse, yearning, and forbidden arts. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Also, Blue, thank you for giving a shout out to Gina. Much appreciated. So yeah, there's a bunch of different things, but it will, I will say this, will take place on the East Coast, most likely Boston. Your group's been considering that one? It looks kind of cool. It definitely looks kind of cool. So most likely Boston, right? We'll have access to all New England major cities and towns. Right? New York is its own thing, so we're not doing New York. New York would be definitely its own thing. But yeah, most likely Boston. And I'll just put / New England. And that would be Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. So that would be basically your playground. Well, see, here's the thing. Okay. Northern / Eastern Maine, Northern New Hampshire, Northern Vermont. God, it would help if I could spell. Are all inhabited by werewolves.
What secrets lie behind the cold, dark eyes?
So, Southern New Hampshire, Southern Vermont, sorry, not Eastern, Western. So yeah, Eastern and Southern Maine, Southern New Hampshire, Southern Vermont, that's perfectly fine, right? You don't really have to worry so much in Rhode Island, Connecticut, or Massachusetts because they're so densely populated anyway. So you really wouldn't have to worry about it, although there are a couple of places, maybe in like Southern Massachusetts, in between, say, like the Mass border and the Connecticut border, where there's like a couple of like small outlying stuff, but generally speaking, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, they'd all be fine. So yeah, but this also allows access to experience more otherworldly creatures. I wouldn't want to do New York because of complexity alone. No, no, literally the farthest that we'd be dealing with would be like southern Connecticut. That'd be about it. It'd be southern Connecticut. That'd be the farthest south we go. So you wouldn't have to worry about that. But ghosts, poltergeists, witches, sorcerers, oops, magi. I'll put skinwalkers, but I'd have to do research on it. Warlocks would definitely be another one. So there's a lot of access to other stuff, for sure. A lot of access to other stuff. But, okay, let me ask you guys this. What exactly would you like to see in a campaign that is set in New England, in modern day, right? With all this stuff that's just been listed? Oh, I know, I grew up with them, Blue. There's actually a river. Sorry, a lake. That splits. It's an actual, honest-to-God name. It's a Native American name that splits the vampire territory from werewolf territory. And you guys are going to laugh at it, but the name is Chagagogman Chagagog Chabunagungamog. I think a tie-in with Salem would be cool with everything that happened there, which is fair. That's totally fair. Tie-in with Salem, Mass. We could do that. Also, that is a mouthful. Yes. Chagagogman, Chagagog, Chabunagungamog means you stay on your side, we stay on our side, and nobody goes in the middle. So it's... And this is actually part of, like, old World of Darkness stuff. Because there's not a whole hell of a lot right now when it comes to New England. But they do actually list that river. Or lake, I should say. And it's literally a no man's land. So if you cross that no man's land, you're in enemy territory. So it is fitting. Storage, I don't care if my storage is almost full. Shut up. Also, the witches... I guess you call it headquarters. No, I'll just do this. The witches are headquartered, and this is straight from old World of Darkness stuff. They are now headquartered in Manchester, New Hampshire. That's not to say that you won't find any in Salem, Mass, but yeah. According to old World of Darkness books, witches are now headquartered out of Manchester, New Hampshire, specifically because of the shit that happened in Salem, Massachusetts. Skinwalker's a hard one. I'm a bit behind. That's okay. That's totally fine. We're vibing. We're chilling right now. We're going through all the stuff that you guys want to see in the campaign and stuff like that. So, I mean, what other ideas do you guys have? Oh, I gotta sneeze, I think. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Tongue-in-cheek thing and don't hate me. Oh, no. Uh-oh. What is this? Twilight Easter egg? Yeah, I can put a Twilight Easter egg, and that's literally a vampire Spartan kicks a sparkly vampire off a cliff, and he gets impaled. The end. That's it. That would be literally the Twilight Easter egg. Perfection. Fuck it, I'll put it, why not? Stupid Twilight Easter egg. To show this is not Twilight. I'm trying but cannot come up with something. My mind is blank, clueless. I mean, fair. That is totally fair, but there are a couple of things that you could probably find, especially on like Amazon Kindle and whatnot. Vampire the Masquerade takes from a lot of different things. So it takes from Anne Rice's Lestat series, which is where the movie Interview with the Vampire comes from, or Queen of the Damned. They take a lot of stuff from that. They take a lot of stuff from other vampire movies over the years, such as the Underworld series. They take stuff from the Blade series. They take stuff from that stuff all the time. Absolutely. So, for instance, the Anne Rice stuff. The reason why you have all these different clans and the reason why there are, like, certain things that do and do not work against vampires is all because of Anne Rice. All because of Anne Rice. So, for instance, vampires can go into a church. They don't have any problem with crucifixes. Right? A wooden stake isn't necessarily going to kill them. Fire, unfortunately, does. For sure. Sunlight also, unfortunately, does. But, yeah. Holy water, not a big deal. Crucifixes, not a big deal. Churches, not a big deal. Mosques, temples, synagogues, all that's... They don't care. They don't care whatsoever. That stuff doesn't bother them at all. Ever watch True Blood? Sadly, yes. If by True Blood you mean how many otherworldly creatures can Suki Stackhouse fuck the series, then yes. But yeah, stuff from Anne Rice can absolutely be added in if we wanted to, for sure. I'd gladly not watch that because I'd skip a lot. Well, here's the worst part, Bloop. It actually started out really, really, really decent. She falls in love with somebody that she finds out later on is a vampire. There's nothing wrong with that. But then she ends up in a love triangle between two vampires. And then she ends up fucking a werewolf, as well as fucking the two vampires she's in a love triangle with. And then I think at some point she ends up fucking somebody who is Fae. And then she ends up fucking a ghost. And then, like, and it just keeps yeah. And I feel kind of bad because honestly, like, I liked a lot of the characters, but oof. That half sounds like vampire. Oh, it was awful. Like Medicine said, the last 3 seasons were terrible. Like, it really wasn't bad the first couple of seasons, but after that, it was just like, okay, what are we gonna have Sookie Stackhouse fuck this episode? That's literally what it was. Or, oh yeah, that's right. We ended last episode with her in the middle of fucking this otherworldly creature, so we gotta drag that out for at least another 20 minutes this episode. That's what they started to do, and it was really, really, really crap. Something in the way plays and is promptly shot, shoots the radio, and the radio explodes. I mean, you could possibly do that, but I think it would probably more so depend on exactly, you know, your clan, where you're from, and so on and so forth. The fairy BS was stupid. You know what? You want to know the one that I actually really, really didn't mind with True Blood was the witches. I didn't mind that. The witches stuff was okay. I can't remember her name, but when Ensign Rowe came around, you know who I'm talking about. That wasn't terrible, but after that, it really went to shit quickly. But yeah, like, Aelin, what Anne Rice stuff were you talking about, possibly? Interview with the vampire stuff, but it's already included. Well, there's a lot of stuff that is included, yeah, for sure. I mean, you could probably have, like... And again, this is just an idea, but, maybe some rumors alluding to Lestat. Not necessarily out of the realm of possibility. There's Underworld. They take stuff from Underworld. They take stuff from Anne Rice. They take stuff from Blade. They really, the only thing that they don't take stuff from, because it's just so far out there, and unfortunately it's a middle-aged woman's fucking wet dream, is Twilight. Everything else is fair game, but Twilight they don't do, because just like 50 Shades of Grey, it's quite literally just middle-aged woman's wet dream. Entropy ghouls have a haunted house section, and the crew has to clear them out as a favor for one of the clan's head of state leader people, and call the chapter Fallout with the well, no. See, here's the thing. There is a difference between what a ghoul is in Fallout versus what a ghoul is in Vampire. So, for instance, in Fallout, right, a ghoul is, for lack of a better term, someone who has lived long enough to be exposed to so much radiation that they've mutated and or lost their mind. Right? It's a very general way of putting it, but you know what I mean. In VTM, a ghoul is a regular person who is under the control of a vampire and is normally someone who supplies the vampire with fresh blood and does the dirty work of the vampire during the day with the hopes of being someday turned. That's what a ghoul is in vampire. So there are definitely differences for sure. Now, in terms of haunted houses, I'll do you one better, right? Haunted houses, abandoned asylums, legendary lands. And by legendary lands, I mean like Tuckertown, New Hampshire, where it technically never existed IRL, but everybody believes it as an urban myth. And I've been through Tuckertown, by the way. And I've been through where supposedly Tuckertown was, and that's all well and fine. But it basically takes up a portion of what is now considered Fremont, New Hampshire. So for those of you who have been around a while, that story that I told where I saw the little girl in the courthouse, and the thing pushed my buddy Steven into the river, so, and yada yada yada, and there's just a lot of shit that I couldn't explain and that none of us could explain and so on. That's Tuckertown, but it's part of Fremont, New Hampshire. You don't need to dunk on my force joke. I wasn't dunking, I'm just showing that there are definitely, like, massive differences. Now, again, I'm not opposed to haunted houses, abandoned asylums, legendary lands like Tuckertown, stuff like that. I'm definitely not opposed to anything like that whatsoever. But, again, that also would have to be something that fits the narrative of whatever's going on. I want the Tuckertown story because I haven't heard it. Okay. 2005? Maybe? It's either 2004 or 2005. I can't remember which. I think it was 2004. My buddies and I learned that there was a place called, abandoned hospitals, yep. There was a place called Tuckertown. Tuckertown is, at least from where I was living in Salem, New Hampshire at the time, maybe a 20 or 30 minute drive down Route 111, which is not a big deal. You enter Fremont, New Hampshire, you follow the main road, and when you see an old courthouse, which is now basically a museum piece with a graveyard that's connected to it, look across the street from that courthouse, and there is a gate that goes down this dirt road. Down that dirt road is a place that was known as Tuckertown. Tuckertown, legend has it, is a town that was put there during the early days of colonialism. But as time went on, and stories differ a little bit here and there, as time went on, the most general legend is that there was an outbreak of tuberculosis. And because at the time they didn't have any sort of vaccine or anything like that, you just had people who were dying left and right. It was just widespread. It was a massive outbreak. They couldn't control it. So what they did is they burned the town. They just burned it completely and then blocked it off and then kind of put barriers like gates and stuff like that around areas and then built a new town around it called Fremont, New Hampshire, right? Now, none of this has ever been verified. This is all just urban legend, from what I understand. But, needless to say, it is still a very popular legend in New England. So, this is around the same time you had stuff like Ghost Hunters and shit like that that was on TV, but it wasn't on, like, Sci-Fi Channel. It was on, like, the actual really popular cable channels, not upper cable, but the really popular channels, USA and what have you. And my buddy Steve said, okay, well, why don't we go check out Tuckertown? My buddy Ben and I said, yeah, sure, why not, right? Well, we also know that the cops don't allow people to go down there. So if they catch you, they'll ask you what you're doing, they'll ask you why you're there, and, like, they have no problem pulling people over in the middle of the night, even if they're just driving by because they got to get from point A to point B. The cops are very, very, very protective over that area. And so we packed stuff in, I believe it was Steve's car. We parked in a neighborhood, and we walked. Had to avoid traffic, yada, 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 all that stuff. There is a dirt parking lot that's maybe like a block and a half from this. It's essentially an ATV gate. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me see if I can find something here really, really quick, because this will help out a lot. Here. Scroll in. Where is Street View? No, I don't want layers. I want Street View, you dick. Well, that's not what I wanted. Show imagery. No, I just want fucking... Oh, here, I'll do it this way. Hang on. I gotta back out a little bit. Again. There. Okay. Close this. What? No. Go away. Okay. So, I'm just trying to find it really, really quick. Okay, 111. Good. And then you go up 111A, and you're in Fremont. So let's do this. And... Street, no. God damn it. I absolutely hate, by the way, how Google has kind of fucked everything here. Finally. Holy shit. Okay. That's Danville. Street View. Here, I'll put it back on the thing now. I'm trying to look for, where this is. This is 111A. This is Danville, New Hampshire. Yep. No, this is... Sorry, this is Fremont. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. This is Danville Road. I'm trying to find the damn thing. Here, I'll do it this way. Tuckertown, Fremont, New Hampshire. That'll work. Camp County. Zoning maps. No, 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 no. Tuckertown is a neighborhood located in the town of Fremont, New Hampshire. It is a quaint and rural area that is known for its traditional New England charm. Tuckertown is a neighborhood within Fremont, New Hampshire. Described as, yeah, we got that. Considered convenient for those who commute. Fair. Where is it? God damn it. Best mechanic. Turner's Dam. So we were here. This is 107. Liberty, no. Iron Horse, no. Fremont School District, that might... kind of sounds familiar. Either way, so it's in this area, right? I wish I could find the actual fucking thing, but it could literally take me hours. Anyway, so... it's an ATV gate. And so we walked a couple of blocks to this dirt parking lot that's maybe a block and a half from this ATV gate. And it's the middle of the night, okay? And we went under the gate and everything like that, made sure there were no cops around, and so on. Again, this is like the old courthouse. That it's right across from. Which is all well and fine. And, so we go in and we're walking down this trail and everything starts to get really, really, really thick. Like the forest itself is getting really, really thick. And the farther you go in, the thicker it gets. And, the hotter it gets, because we're doing this in the middle of the summer, right? And it's pitch black. So we're using flashlights because like the cover is so thick you can't see in front of you. There's no moonlight, there's nothing that comes through because just everything is over the top of you. Like it literally looks like, do you remember in the Lord of the Rings movies where Frodo looks down that one dirt road and you see like all the stuff coming up over the road? Right? That's what it looked like, but thick. And then at some point, we stopped hearing bugs. And we stopped hearing animals. And it got really cold. Like, insanely cold. And when I say cold, I mean, we're talking like 90 degrees with like 80 to 90% humidity. Humidity was gone. And it must have dropped about 20 to 30 degrees. Okay? The only thing that we know of for sure at this point is that we still have this little brook that's on our left that we can't see because everything is so thick, right? And what ended up happening is we got down to Tuckertown, and to be completely honest, there's a whole lot of nothing there. It's a couple of what's left of buildings that have been burned. There's a couple of boards here and there, but I mean, there's really nothing like of interest in what's left of what people call Tuckertown itself. There really isn't. It's just barren. It's just this open field, couple of wooden buildings that used to be there that have since burned down, and a couple of wooden planks here and there. There's no like, oh, somebody left their eyeglasses here, or, you know, oh, hey, here's a candlestick, or like nothing. It's just that. So we decided, okay, well, this is kind of a bust, other than it being really creepy. So why don't we just go back to the car? Because, again, there's really nothing here. Okay, fair enough, right? And we start back, and Steve is up front, I'm in the middle, Ben is bringing up the rear. And Steve all of a sudden freaks out, and he goes, "What the fuck?" And we're like, "What?" And he goes, "Something just hit me. Was it one of you?" No, I've been holding the fucking flashlight. Like, how the hell could it be me? I can't see most of you unless I'm holding the flashlight. He's like, "I swear something," and like, we thought, oh, okay, well, maybe he got bit by a spider, maybe he got bit by a bug, or whatever, and was having some sort of allergic reaction. We're like, okay, well, where is it? And he goes, "It's on my back." And we go, okay, well, hang on. And again, we're thinking, oh, bad spider bite, or some bug, or maybe we stepped in a hornet's nest and didn't know it, and, you know, or a wasp nest, or something like that, and something bit him, and, you know, lift it up, and there's a handprint on his back. It's a red handprint. And we're like, what the fuck? We're like, bro, that was absolutely not us. So we started making it back as a little bit faster, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of it faster. And it stayed colder for a hell of a lot longer than it should have. And then now Ben and I are standing side by side, because as you're going towards Tuckertown, the path starts out wide and then increasingly gets more narrow. So by the time this next thing happens, the path has widened out enough to where Ben and I can stand side by side, and we don't have to worry about, you know, oh dear God, Ben's gonna get grabbed by something and we never hear it. So Ben and I are side by side, and we watch as Steve gets lifted up off his feet and thrown into the brook. By what? We have no fucking idea. He was just there, and then we just see his shoes go off to the right. That's it. So now we're freaking out, and we run to him, and we're, "Oh my God, dude, are you okay?" And it's like, what the fuck? And he's, I mean, it's a big enough brook to where, you know, hey, you go in, you're gonna get wet, right? So now he's wet, he's not happy, it's still cold, he's shivering, and we're like, this is fucked. So we get out of there as fast as we possibly can, and now we have to make it from this dirt parking lot, which is basically, like I said, about a block or so, back to where we parked the car. And as we're walking from the ATV gate to this parking lot, we have to stop, and we're behind the gate because there's foliage and stuff that we can hide in if a cop comes. And we are looking straight at the old courthouse. And we can see what looks like, from the top right window, something staring back at us with yellow eyes. Now, a lot of people are probably going to say, oh, and fair enough. But a lot of people are probably going to say, oh, well, it's probably the moon. Which would be fine, except for the fact that it was fucking cloudy by the time we got there. So there was no moonlight. So we immediately take one of our flashlights and shine it on the window, and there's nothing. And then we turn the flashlight off, and immediately, like, we didn't even have to wait a second. Immediately, there was something there again staring at us. And the worst part is like, and again, weird shit had happened, so it's entirely possible, and I'll be the first to acknowledge it. But it's entirely possible that we saw something that we didn't actually see, but because we were so scared at this point, we started walking back towards this dirt parking lot. And whatever it was that we could swear was staring at us with these yellow eyes was watching us. And it was moving, watching us as far as it could go until it ran out of window as we walked back to the dirt parking lot. Once we got back to the dirt parking lot, we said, fuck this. We walked all the way back to the car. We got in the car. We drove off. We said, we're never doing this shit again. Yeah, well, that didn't go so well. Because 5 years later, 2009, my buddy Maddie, my buddy Dave, a couple of other people, and so on, were like, hey, we should go check out Tuckertown. And I'm like, I don't know, guys. It's fucking weird down there. No, we should totally go. Okay. So my buddy Maddie's got this old beat-up F-250 for a truck, right? So beat up that this thing has a rust hole bigger than somebody's head in the driver's side door that we have covered up with a combination of cardboard and Bondo on the outside so that he could actually keep the heat trapped in this thing. And we're driving around and stuff like that, and we're like, yeah, we should go to Tuckertown. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but whatever. And we go to Tuckertown, and we get about 30 feet from the ATV gate, and his whole truck shuts off. No electronics, no brakes, no power steering, engine quits, everything. And we have to coast past this ATV gate, and we just let it coast. That's all we can do. There's not even hazards. Hazards aren't even working, okay? So finally, the truck comes to a stop, and it's right at the base of this incline, and a cop comes over, and he goes, what are you kids doing here? And we're like, well, we're driving back towards Salem, New Hampshire, but the truck just died. And he's like, that you guys are full of shit. You were going to go. We're like, no, seriously, take a look. So takes his flashlight, looks around the inside of the truck just to make sure. And, you know, he's got a partner with him, and the partner's talking with us and everything like that, asking us questions. And the guy goes and tries to turn the key and can't. He tries to turn the key and the truck won't start over. It will not turn over whatsoever. Meanwhile, the door's open. There's no dome light. There's nothing. Okay? And he comes back and he goes, do you guys need a tow truck? And Maddie looks at him. He goes, nah, it's, in all honesty, it's probably like a bad battery or something like that. You know, I'm a mechanic, so I can try and fix it. And if not, I'll call a tow truck. He's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, because, you know, I know the tow truck guys around here and so on. So if I need it, I can get it for free instead of being charged like $200 or whatever if you guys call it in. They go, okay, fine. Just get the thing taken care of. Get out of here as fast as you can. Okay. No problem, officer. So sure enough, the truck starts up almost as soon as they leave, right? Starts up almost as soon as they leave. We all get back in the truck. We get the fuck out of there. No bullshit. 10? Is it 10? No. 8 years later. So now we are in 2017. So 9. 2017. So like 9 years later, right? I'm working for hospice. And I have to go down this road in Fremont, New Hampshire. Same fucking road where Tuckertown is, right? And I'm not thinking anything of it because I'm, you know, I'm older. I'm like, yeah, it was stupid and this, that, and the other thing and so on. It's the middle of the day. It's like maybe 1:30 in the afternoon. I've just come from a facility that I had to do, you know, an equipment setup for. And I had to drive across Fremont, New Hampshire, down this main road, and get to the other side so that I could use the highway and go to my next job. Okay, fine. I kid you not. I'm in a cab over diesel with a 26-foot box on the back of it, okay? Sure enough, I get about 30 feet from the ATV gate. The entire fucking truck dies. No electrics. No diesel engine. No brakes. No power steering. And I went, you gotta be shitting me. Now, thankfully, I'm going about 45, 50 miles an hour. So I was able to just sit there and coast, and it's a straight shot, right? You have to go up an incline, but other than that, there are no turns. So I didn't really have to worry about power steering. And I finally got far enough away while I'm trying to troubleshoot and look at the road at the same time as to what the fuck is happening. And without turning the key whatsoever, everything turns back on. Electrics, engine, and so, like, everything comes back immediately. And I went, message received, and just kept going. Like, out loud, I literally went, message received, and just fucking kept driving. That's it. I can't explain why that stuff happened. I can't explain any of this shit whatsoever. I can't explain what threw Steven. I can't explain what touched him. I can't explain what we saw that was staring at us in the old courthouse. I can't explain why Maddie's truck completely died. I can't explain why my work truck, which is a diesel, by the way, and if anybody knows anything about diesel engines, those fucking things will run through an apocalypse. I can't explain why my diesel work truck died. But that was the last time I ever went near Tuckertown, and as soon as everything turned back on, I looked up and I went, message received, and just kept driving. They first burn the oil before they die. Well, that's the thing. I had a full tank. Like, I wasn't on fumes or anything like that. It's just everything shut off. The engine just stopped. The electrics stopped. No power steering. No brakes. Nothing. Diesel engines, you can literally... diesel engines are specifically designed to run full tilt, full power, all fucking day without blowing itself up. Those things can survive a nuclear apocalypse. I shit you not. It died. Completely died. I can't explain how. I can't explain why. I just know it did. Okay, let's see what Itzy had to say. Followers have said of the Ministry and Banu Hakim are Assamites. Yes, Assamites are Banu Hakim, yes. And Giovanni is now Hecata or Hecate or whatever, however you want to pronounce it. So yeah, that was my experience. And again, I'm not a religious dude. I'm really not. But I can absolutely fucking tell you that around there's some shit that I can't explain that happened. I have no idea what it was. I have no idea why it happened. Yeah, I can't explain any of it. But it happened. That's it. So yeah, that was my Tuckertown story, and it was over the course of about 12 years, roughly 12, 13 years. Ooh, and thank you for the stretch. Ooh, and the hydrate. So yeah. Yeah, Tuckertown, not a good day. Not a good day at all. But, aside from you asking for the story, the reason I bring this up is because shit like that, I could easily put into the campaign. I could absolutely easily put into the campaign. 1,000,000% I could. Like, that whole area has stuck with me so vividly. I can describe every leaf, every branch. I can describe the brook. I can describe the dirt road that leads down there. I can describe the parts of 2 buildings that are burnt. I can describe the wooden planks that are burnt. I can describe the open field. I can, like, literally all of it. No problem. So I could easily do all of that. I can throw shit like that in there. So haunted houses, abandoned asylums, legendary lands, abandoned hospitals, etc. Right? I could throw stuff like that in there, no problem. So yeah. What else? What else would you guys like to see? You would pee your pants, Itzy? If there was a drop of pee to let loose at any of those times, I absolutely would have. I'm not even kidding. D&D monsters? No. No, D&D is a completely different thing. We're talking... This is all taking place in modern day. And we're also talking stuff like vampires, poltergeists, ghosts, mages or magi, witches, sorcerers, warlocks, that kind of otherworldly stuff. Werewolves... Right? That's another one that I do have to put in there. Werewolves. And here's the reason why, Blue. Okay? The biggest reason why is because with a lot of the D&D stuff, it's all fantasy-based. But you're also talking about lore that goes, oh, okay, well, this is an infernal creature, right? So, then we'd have to explain, well, what's an infernal creature? Well, in this world, literally the only thing you can attribute it to would be hell itself. Then you would literally be talking about demons and angels and stuff like that. Stuff like that for a starting campaign is so insanely high level that just looking at it could vaporize you. No bullshit. Do you think you're doing any Native American legends from the areas? Yes, and you know what? I'll actually put that down. I will absolutely put that down for sure. I don't know what I can find, but my godfather and my godmother, they have a son who married a Native American woman. I don't know what tribe, but I guarantee you I could get some good stuff out of it. I'm all Bigfooted out. Yeah, we wouldn't deal with Bigfoot or anything like that. Chances are, like, the way that I'd put it is if somebody's talking about, oh, I spotted Bigfoot, they didn't spot Bigfoot. Chances are what they actually saw was a werewolf. But because of the masquerade, it's all tacked up to, no, you're just full of shit. Basically. A hide behind encounter? Well, I'm not entirely sure what you mean, Blue. What do you mean by a hide behind encounter? Hide behind is a nocturnal, fearsome critter from American folklore that preys upon humans and wanders the woods. Was blamed for the disappearances of early loggers when they failed to return to camp. As its name suggests, the hide behind is said to be able to conceal itself when an observer attempts to look directly at it. The creature hides behind... Oh, you're talking shadow people. Basically. I wouldn't necessarily say it's out of the realm of possibility. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's out of the realm of possibility. So... hide behind / shadow people. Yeah, we could have that. I mean, again, you have to remember, right? Like, we're not going to be sitting there and just going through haunted house into an abandoned asylum, into, you know, Tuckertown, into an abandoned hospital, and then immediately dealing with a Native American legend, or, you know, then having to deal with shit. Like, there's gonna be other stuff that chances are we're gonna focus on too, for sure. This isn't... You have to remember, a lot of Vampire the Masquerade is, generally speaking, it is a lot of personal horror, and existential horror, but also politics as well. In terms of dealing with the Sabbat, dealing with independents, dealing with anarchs, dealing with werewolves, and so on. So, I mean, we can have all this stuff, yes, sure. Does it mean everybody's going to encounter it? No. Humanity, yep. That's another big one that they'd have to deal with, too. Sure. Absolutely. But again, it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know... Here, we'll just replay it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to encounter all of it. It just means that it's there. Maybe... You know... Maybe at some point you'll see something. Who knows? But it will be there, sure. But what else? What else would you guys like to see? Things like this can also help for backstory purposes. Oh, 100%. 100% it can. Well, you guys wouldn't have to worry about taxes. You wouldn't have to worry about that anyway. That's taxes unless it's a specific, like, tax that deals with vampires themselves. Like, oh, well, there's a specific blood tax or a tithe that you have to give to the prince or something like... Unless there's something specific like that, which I don't intend to have, you wouldn't have to worry about typical taxes and crap like that. You just wouldn't. How old are you expecting our vamps to be on average? It depends on, in all honesty, it really depends on how you want your character to be portrayed. So, and I can actually bring this up a little bit here. It's a really good question. I agree. Really, really, really good question. So let me... Okay, we are on the right one. I'm going to go back up. Oops. No. There we go. Okay. Sex and clans, characters and traits, rules, systems and drama, morality. Bloodlines, 393? Okay, we got a little bit to go. Okay. The bloodlines described in this chapter are rare, or in some cases entirely extinct in the modern knights. Does that mean this character is not viable for portrayal, not elite? Okay, fair. No, this isn't what I'm looking for, though. Sadly. This is not what I'm looking for. Why is... Hang on, there we go. Okay. Anytime, Adobe. Jesus. It's taking its sweet-ass time. There we go. Okay. Ah, fuck it. I'll just do it the easy way. Hang on. VTM Vampire Generations. That'll work. Okay. So, nobody can be 4th or 5th and up. Nobody. Chances are... Let's see. So chances are the highest you could probably go would maybe be 8th generation. So 8th generation, to, if you really wanted to, 16th. If you really wanted to. Adobe says derp. Oh, yeah. So anywhere between 8th to 16th generation. But this is where age also differs from generation. So you've got fledgling, which is under 20 years, neonate, which is under 75 to 100 years, ancilla, or ancillae, which is 50 to 300 years old, and elder, which is 300 plus years old, right? So if you're 16th generation, chances are you're not an elder. Right? Makes sense. 50 to 300 years, which is ancillae, sure. That could fit anywhere, generally speaking, between 8th to 16th generation. Same thing with neonate, same thing with fledgling. So, yeah. I feel it'd be hard for people to roleplay elder vampires. Well, again, this is why we're not doing elder and above. The reason being is because once you get into elder, they have so much power that it kind of defeats the point. What's your age limit? So you're looking at the highest in terms of age limit would be ancilla or ancillae, which would be 50 to 300 years old. Anything above that, no way in hell. Essentially. So, Elder, Methuselah, Antediluvian, no fucking way. And in terms of generation, you're looking at 8th through 16th for generations. So there's a very, very big difference between generations and age. So I'll go down here, right? You can be a 9th generation vampire, but you're only 70 years old. Right? That can happen. That can absolutely happen. Right? You have an 8th generation vampire sire you. Right? They're 8th generation, but it's modern day. 70 years ago would put it at what? It's 2025 right now. So 2025 minus 70 is 1955. They're an 8th generation. You'd be a 9th generation, but you're only 70. That's where age and generation differ. How do the generations really work? Is it just based on your sire's generation? Typically, yes. Typically, that's generally how it works. Yeah. So if you have a powerful vampire that, let's say, sees something in you that's really, really special, right? And it could be years, by the way. It could be years before you are turned into a ghoul. Or it very well could be that you're dying for whatever reason, right? Could be a horrible car accident. Could be whatever, right? and you're dying, and the only way to save you but also keep up the masquerade is for this, say, 8th generation vampire to embrace you so that the masquerade stays and everybody thinks you're dead, right? Well, now you're 9th generation, but you're only 70 years old. My sire's 8th generation child. We all hate the first. Oh, God. So, anywhere between there. But again, if we go back here, right? Achieving a delicate balance between age and generation, these vampires are the most visible ones of the 14th century. Although they are young, the blood of Cain flows strong through their veins, usually enough to give them an edge over those of higher generation. Higher, they mean 10th and 11th and so on, right? They are nowhere near as old as most Cainites of lower generation, however, which places them in a delicate position. Most Cainites of 8th and 9th generation overcome this disadvantage by siring large covens of children. 10th and 11th, while they are comparatively young, most vampires created within the last few centuries belong to the 10th and 11th generation. The blood of Cain still flows through them, but they have only recently overthrown the shackles of their sires and become powers in their own right. 12th and 13th, fledgling and neonates. These vampires are separated by blood and millennia from Cain. Nonetheless, all are powerful creatures by virtue of their damned nature. Although they lack the powers of the lower generations, the vampires of the 12th and 13th stand above men, capable of besting the strongest mortal knight in battle and wielding influence over barons, merchants, and courts. 14th and 15th, the last generation known as thin-blooded vampires and are heavily crippled. During the Dark Ages, the 13th generation was believed to be the last, but in the final nights, this is comprised of the 14th generation and 15th generations. 16th. Although the 15th generation has long been the highest generation, the numbers of the 16th generation are rising. The weakening of power from earlier to later generations is typically considered to be a natural dilution of the Curse of Cain. However, the whatever fragments suggest that it is a result of a curse Cain placed on the antediluvians after the second generation was killed, in the hopes that by ensuring children were less powerful than their sires, they would be less likely to rebel and upset the gerontocratic rule. So does age of the vamp or the generation matter more in the hierarchy? They both, the best way to describe it is they both matter just as much as one another, right? You could be somebody who is, say, 9th generation, but again, you may only be 70 or 80 years old, but if you're still somebody who's, skulking around in the shadows and kind of doing whatever the hell you want to do, aside from generally being afraid of you because you're so powerful, most people aren't going to take you all that seriously unless for whatever reason they have like a really good reason to actually believe what you're saying, or you have a rapport with somebody for so long that is higher up that they can trust you. So age does play into it, sure, absolutely. So it's a combination of how powerful you are and how old and wise you are, right? Obviously, vampires that are considered elders, regardless of the generation that they are still considered elders. Right? They've been around long enough to see shit happen. They probably were around during the Crusades. They probably went through the Spanish Inquisition. They probably went through like all these different things, and the Reformation of France, and into a democracy, and then the American Revolution and the Civil War, and like all of this other. They went through all of that, right? So it's, if we're going to put it into like a D&D context, think of it as like power versus wisdom. Almost. Does that make sense? Because you can have... Honestly, you could have a vampire that's less than 100 years old but very powerful. But you could be insanely stupid when it comes to politics, when it comes to running a business, when it comes to being the head of a corporation, yada, 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 right? So you, for all intents and purposes, when it comes to society, may be dirt poor, but you're still powerful as fuck, right? You can absolutely do that. Yeah, it does. So it's about, it's always, always, always a balancing act. Always. Always a balancing act. And then we got to throw even more stuff at you here. The Beast. The Beast is a term used by vampires to describe the inner predator that strives for control over a Cainite's mind. The primal drives of a vampire that threaten to turn him into an uncontrollably ravenous and/or zombie-like being. The drives and urges which prompt a vampire to become entirely a monster, forsaking all humanity. It's an innate demonic predator that awakens within each and every vampire upon their embrace. It stands in direct opposition to a vampire's humanity, and in some cases the paths of enlightenment, and is responsible for many of the debased urges Cainites feel on a nightly basis. In times of extreme distress, the Beast can overwhelm a vampire, forcing them into a state of pure animalistic fight or flight, which is referred to as frenzy or Rotschreck. If a vampire forsakes their humanity or path of enlightenment too deeply, they will be fully taken over by the Beast, undergo the wassail, their final frenzy, and turn into a wight for the rest of time. So what drives me to eat tacos? Oh, God. The Taco Bell Beast. Beast shards are physical manifestation of a vampire's beast, representations of what it truly looks and acts like when unconstrained by a rational physical body. Okay, so I'll put it this way, right? I'll give you a little example of what they're talking about when they talk about the beast. You wake up at night and you haven't had anything. You haven't had any blood since yesterday. So let's say your blood pool, your health, starts out at, your max is, say, 6. Now you've been through some stuff, you had to use some of your powers, and you are now at 4. Okay? You can feel that there is a need. And it's a hunger unlike you've ever truly felt as a human. And what you need is that sustenance that blood can only derive when you get it from prey. And let's say you go out and you find somebody and you feed from them. Again, same blood pool, you're at 4 instead of 6, right? There's this little voice in the back of your head, and this little voice is going, take everything. Take it all. Keep going. You know you want to. This person could be drained dry in an instant, and no one would know except for you. You could do it right here, right now. no one would be the wiser. Now, as that blood pool gets lower, that voice in your head becomes louder, and it becomes more feral, and it orders more. Right? That's what the beast is. You're not tempted by that voice? Literally everyone is tempted by that voice. Literally everyone is. Because here's the thing, you have to roll against it. So if you get too low in blood points and you go to feed, you have to roll to make sure that you have the inner fortitude required to overcome that voice in your head. I can't wait to fail that roll. So now let's make it even more drastic, right? You mean voices that are already there? I mean, there is a voice in your head that you get when you become a vampire. Right? That's the beast. Now, when that blood pool gets smaller, let's say you are not 4, let's say you are 3. Instead of it just whispering, just very quietly, if you did this right now, nobody would know. Everything would be fine. It gets more aggressive. Do it. Take everything. You know you want to. Take it. Take what's yours. You can absolutely do this. No one would think otherwise. You're a monster. You know it. Become that monster. Embrace what you are. So it gets more aggressive the lower your blood pool is. And you have to fight it every single time. Every time. Even if it's just a whisper. Even if it's just a tiny, tiny whisper. Right? You're at 5 blood pool points out of 6. And you're just a little famished, right? You know, you could drain them dry right now. Well, hey, if you have the fortitude to be able to overcome that, then you're perfectly fine. You don't even have to roll. I shall name him Senor Nibbles. Oh, God. So, it's always a balancing act. And then you have the balance between the beast and your humanity, right? So let's say you kill an innocent, right? You lose part of the humanity that as a vampire you are so desperately trying to hold on to because you don't want to give in to the beast. So, and it's not even accidentally. Let's say you do it because this person is actively threatening you. Now, your humanity being what it is, you could easily sit there and go, well, it's justified in me killing this person because I had to. In some instances, that is justified, yes. But personally, it takes away part of your humanity, right? Just as much as, let's say, Ed Gein. Most people would look at Ed Gein and call him a monster. Why? Because what did Ed Gein do? He turned people into fucking lampshades. You have to be some kind of monster and be so far removed from your humanity as a person, personally, to be able to do that. So every time you do something actively that could take away your humanity, you have to deal with those personal consequences, whether it be justified in the eyes of whatever governing body it is or not. You have to personally deal with that, which also makes those roles, when you're going to feed, more difficult. So you could be at, say, 4 blood points out of 6, but you've lost so much humanity that the beast is now screaming at you the entire time. Every single time you feed, you have to roll, and if you fuck up once, you turn into this feral, otherworldly creature that goes on a frenzy every single time you feed. But is anyone truly innocent? Well, again, that's the whole thing, right? Why are you doing this to this person? Are you doing this to this person because they are doing really terrible things to children? Are you doing this because they are a blight on humanity? Are you doing it because this person is trying to kill somebody whose life you can save if you kill them? Because if the answer is yes to any of those, then chances are you're fine, because morally speaking, you did something that not only benefited you, but benefited humanity. Now, on the other hand, are you killing this person because they have a knife? Well, is a knife gonna hurt? Yeah, it'll probably fucking hurt, but it's not gonna kill you. Right? You're already dead. So tearing somebody's head off and using it like a football, you're gonna lose humanity. Right? That's how it works. It's not just sports, no. No, it's not just sports. So there's always a balancing act that is going on, whether it be the beast versus humanity, whether it be age versus generation. There's always some sort of balancing act that occurs. Think of it this way. Aside from being able to not naturally die, and aside from certain powers that you may or may not have, for all intents and purposes, you are like any other normal person. You're just more powerful, and instead of eating food or drinking some kind of sustenance, you're drinking blood. That is the sustenance that you require, right? Normal people don't have these special abilities and powers. You do. But other than that stuff, and being considered the damned, for all intents and purposes, you are just quite literally immortal. You're still a person, though. So anything and everything that drives you away from your humanity makes you even more difficult to deal with. And it can get so bad, it can absolutely get so bad that whether you are part of the Sabbat, whether you are part of the Camarilla, an Anarch, or even an Independent, if it gets bad enough, you can have hit squads be called after you. And now, on top of doing whatever the hell it is you do, now you have to worry about death squads actively looking for you that have orders to kill on sight. Which, let's face it, if the cops or the FBI or the CIA or any of the other three-letter organizations knew what the Unabomber was going to do before he did it, they probably would have killed his ass. Same kind of thing. The only difference is that they're proactive, whereas when it comes to human organizations, they typically have to be reactive. But vampires don't have to worry about that. They're just proactive. So, it's always a balancing act. Always, 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 always. But there's a lot of things. So, for instance, do I have I don't have the character sheet anymore. Fuck. I don't think I do. Oh, no, I do. Okay. So you have your character sheet, right? That's all well and fine. You got your health and you got your willpower. Okay? Willpower, again, that can be, and you have your hunger and you have humanity. Okay? If your humanity is low enough, people are probably going to look at you and go, that one needs to be put down. They fuck up just this much, we're going to have somebody come out and eliminate them. And chances are you probably won't see it coming. Right? So it's always, always, always a good idea to err on the side of keeping as much humanity as possible. Can you regain humanity? Very good question. Yes, although it is incredibly difficult. There are absolutely certain things that you can do. So, for instance, again, we will go back to this person is doing terrible things to children, right? Murdering children, right? This guy just can't stop murdering children, right? If you kill him, you are not only doing it because it's something that you want to happen, but you're doing it because it is for the betterment of society as a whole, whether it be kindred or whether it be kind, who are humans. It's for the betterment of society that this person does not live. You are doing society as a whole a good thing. And in doing so, you can regain humanity. Absolutely you can. Or, and again, I'm using extremes, but it helps show you what I mean, right? There is a bus full of orphans heading uncontrollably at 70 miles an hour towards a gas pump. You stop that bus at the risk of being turned into a crispy critter, you can absolutely gain humanity. Or you can gain more humanity if your humanity is already at max of what it would be when you're first sired, or embraced, rather. So you do have the opportunity, absolutely, to regain humanity or gain more humanity. 100% you do. But you also, let me put it this way. Has anybody ever heard the saying that it's really easy to fuck up and really hard to atone? That's basically what you're looking at. How do you know so much about humanity? How do you know how much humanity you have when you start? That is actually a fantastic question. So, when you create your character, and hopefully Adobe will help me out here this time. Close that out. Gotta give it a minute. Anytime. Keep going. You can do it. Okay. So. Character and traits is on page 77. We're almost there. Oh. Okay. Humanity and path. These traits define your character's outlook on life. A character has either a humanity rating or a rating in a specific path, never both, though a character may pretend. Humanity is the default trait, see page 311, but both humanity and paths are presented in chapter 7. Fair enough. So we go to page 311, if it'll fucking let me. There we go. $309. Okay, humanity. Let's make one thing clear. Just because a vampire follows the path of humanity doesn't mean she is a friendly, congenial saint. Vampires are predators by nature, and humanity only gifts them with the ability to pretend they are not. It is an internal charade that protects a kindred from herself, much as the masquerade protects vampires from the mortals outside. Come on, any fucking time. There we go. Okay. Unfortunately, the very nature of existence as a vampire is anathema to one's humanity. As the centuries wear on, the beast takes hold, and kindred become less and less concerned with the well-being of kine. After all, they'll die eventually anyway. As such, characters are likely to lose humanity over the course of the game. Mortals also typically follow the path of humanity, though this is largely out of ignorance. They don't know they can be anything else. As such, this mechanical system for morality rarely comes into play for them. Certainly, some mortals, rapists, murderers, and the like have low humanity ratings, but they have no beast roiling within them, as do the kindred. It is possible for a vampire with high humanity rating to be more humane than some mortals are, right? So, there we go. Okay. So if you have full humanity, you are saintly. Then it goes compassionate, caring, normal, removed, distant, unfeeling, cold, bestial, horrific, and if you have no humanity, you are monstrous. If the fucking thing will... No, okay, there we go. A kindred's humanity rating affects how much of a character's mortal nature remains despite the curse of Cain. It influences how well a character may deny her vampiric state, as well as how effectively she may pass for mortal. Vampires sleep unnaturally deeply and are loath to rise, even if presented with danger. Vampires with higher humanity rise earlier in the evening than vampires with lower humanity ratings. Also, if a kindred is forced to act during the day, the maximum dice pool he may employ for any action is equal to his humanity rating. Humanity also affects a character's virtues. Whenever a certain virtue is called into question, a player may not roll more dice for a virtue than her character has dots in humanity. Obviously, as the character sinks even more deeply into the arms of damnation, questions of morality and self-preservation mean less and less. As humanity depletes, the character creeps slowly toward the night when she loses all self-control. The length of time a kindred spends in torpor relates directly to his humanity rating. A vampire with low humanity remains in torpor for a longer time than a vampire with a higher humanity rating. Humanity determines how a human character appears and how easily she may pass among the populace. Vampires of low humanity acquire unnatural and disturbing features like sunken eyes, perpetual snarls, and bestial countenances, a reflection of the vampire's bearing. See the sidebar on previous page. Yep. If a character's humanity rating ever drops to 0, that persona is no longer suitable for use as a player's character. Completely controlled by his beast, the character is mindless and falls under the storyteller's control. They fluctuate depending on the hierarchy of sin. If a vampire accidentally or purposefully commits an act rated lower than her humanity rating, she must roll her conscience trait to see whether she accepts the act and thus loses humanity, or feels remorse and maintains her current level. Humanity may be raised only by spending experience points on it. Alternate virtues, yada yada, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So it really depends on exactly where you want your character to be. And this all comes into creating your character, basically. That's where all this comes into. It really depends on how you want your character to be. So, for instance, Itzy said when we were looking at different things that she really, really liked the fact that there were loners, right? She really, really liked the fact that there was a clan, I think it was the Daughters of Chaos, who typically don't like being around one another, right? That's all well and fine. We get that. But that might also mean that she's only got a humanity of 6. Right? She might only even have a humanity of 5 because she is distant, right? She's distant from her own kind. She's distant from maybe from other vampires, unless she absolutely kind of needs to be part of it. So it all really does play into how you want your character to be. Dexter Morgan? Dexter Morgan would have probably a humanity of 3, if I'm being honest, which is not good. People would look at Dexter and go, somebody's going to have to take care of that dude sooner rather than later. But again, you'll be getting all the resources and stuff for character creation and whatnot. I don't know where Spoiled's been. She might be busy with work and so on. What do you think would be an ideal to stick around? So, I mean, if you're looking for an ideal, given the fact that basically everybody is different, you're probably looking at a range from somewhere between 5 and 8 without being like overly in one way or another, right? Some people can be distant because they just don't like other people. Some people can be removed, but what they mean by removed may very well be you have no problem being friends with people, but for whatever reason you're kind of always in the back, right? People don't necessarily notice you, and you kind of feel it, and you have a little bit of disdain, right, for it. But generally speaking, you're just like a normal person. You may have some uncontrollable urge to be angry every once in a while because maybe you're not necessarily as recognized, right? Again, caring, you're somebody who might go out of their way more so than somebody who's normal. So if you see like a horrific car accident, instead of just driving by like most normal people would do, you'd probably stop and make sure they're okay and, you know, make sure somebody's called 911 and so on. Anything past that, I mean, compassionate, sure, you could work in a soup kitchen if you really, really wanted to, 7 days a week. Saintly, I mean, you might as well be motherfucking Teresa. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'd say anywhere between 5 and 8 is generally what most vampires would end up being. Generally speaking. Right? But, and this is something that I think also... This is something I think also has to be explained a little bit. It does say that through the course of a game, and let me see here. Characters, virtues, sleep unnaturally. There was a thing that specifically said in here that as time goes on in the game that your humanity lowers. That's all well and fine, but they're also going off the predication that we're talking about a game that lasts years, right? Let me put it this way. We don't know currently if this is going to last 2 weeks. So unless you're going out and just constantly murdering children for no reason other than the fact that you can, chances are, wherever you are, so long as the character itself is played that way, you really won't have to worry about your humanity all that much. Right? Have some confidence. You're right about our depravity. Oh, God. But you know what? You see what I'm saying, right? Like, again, you can be distant, you can be you could feel removed, you could be normal, you could be caring. That's a pretty decent range, 5 to 8. That's a, you know, I mean, there are definitely going to be, like, chances are, if there's somebody that's distant in the party, and they have to party with somebody who is more on the caring side, you know, I mean, chances are there may be some motherfucking Teresa jokes, right? There may be some other Teresa jokes. There may be, you know, insert charity here, right? The head of a charity, there, you know, or whatever. And that's all well and fine. Typical banter back and forth is whatever. But, I mean, let's face it, that also happens in everyday life anyway, right? Somebody can go, oh, hey, you know what? You're actually a caring person, right? You are a really caring person, you're a giving person, and so on. That would classify as caring, sure. But to somebody distant, you're just like, oh, well, I mean, you must be sucking somebody's dick, right? You must be atoning for something. And it's like, oh, no, not necessarily. Maybe I'm just a caring person. Right? Happens all the time. So that would be, generally speaking, the range that I would say. So any other questions? Ooh. But, and actually, here's another thing when it comes to this stuff, right? Before we move on from it. The other thing that's really, really important to remember is if you go out and you find somebody, let's say there is a guy who's trying to mug somebody in the middle of the night, right? And you feed off of them. Not only have you saved somebody from being possibly assaulted and or killed, but at the same time, you also might turn around and mesmerize them, the victim, while you are feeding off of whoever this assailant is. That way the masquerade isn't broken, and you've done society as a whole a service, right? That's all well and fine. If there's a businessman walking down the street and nobody's around, and you just go, yeah, I'm feeling a little peckish, and you just fucking rip his neck open, chances are you're going to lose humanity because you didn't need to do that. But that's also the reason why you do have people who are considered ghouls. Because it is always safer to have somebody or a group of people that you can go to who are willing to allow you to feed from them. Right? So we'll use Lou as a perfect example, right? Lou had us going around going, I'm looking for somebody who, I don't know, maybe a rich woman, comes from daddy's money, but she's also very successful in herself, and you know, she's very melancholy, right? She is probably somewhere between 3 and 4 when it comes to humanity. Because she just doesn't really care about people all that much. She goes, well, I'm powerful, who gives a shit, whatever. They're gonna die anyway. The Capri Suns. Yeah, exactly. Stupid, very stupid question. Can you order pig's blood from the butcher as a substitute or steal from a blood bank? Yes, absolutely. That's not a bad question whatsoever. Yes, you can use the blood of other animals. That is another Anne Rice thing, by the way. You can use the blood of other animals. You can use pigs, you can use cows, chickens, rats. You can steal stuff from a blood bank if you really, really wanted to. There are clans that are so powerful, depending on the city that they're in, or depending on what the power balance is, that actually own their own blood banks. So they never have to feed off of humans. Specifically for the reason that they never have to worry about losing humanity, because not only are they doing society a boon by having a blood bank that people can go to when they need blood or plasma, but now they also have a stockpile that they can just use themselves. So that's not a stupid question whatsoever. Not even remotely a stupid question. There are even vampires who don't have to be powerful, right? They don't have to be powerful whatsoever in terms of like a vampire hierarchy, but they could easily break into a blood bank and steal a shit ton of blood, or get one from, say, like a blood bank supplier from another clan, and just keep blood bags in their fridge. So when it's time, they just literally stick a straw in the fucker and squeeze. There you go. So no, that's a very, very, very valid question for sure. Absolutely, that's a valid question. 100%. That was one you had too. No, it's a really good question. There's no stupid questions for when you are on the go. Whether it's you're on the go or you just woke up. Think about it this way. What is safer? If you are somebody who doesn't have a coterie, or a group of people, right, that you congregate with, and you're on your own and you're in a new city, what is safer as a vampire? Going and stealing blood from a blood bank where you really don't have to worry, or going out at night trying not to get caught and praying to God that you don't have to kill somebody because they won't stop screaming while you're trying to feed on them? It's a very, very normal thing. Very normal thing for vampires. A lot of the time, they do that specifically so they don't have to worry about humanity. So yeah, no, that's an awesome question. That's an absolutely awesome question. But again, that's an Anne Rice thing too, right? Think of Interview with the Vampire. Right? Interview with the Vampire, you had Louis. And Louis, for a very long time, couldn't deal with the fact that he had to feed on other people. So what did he do? He escaped to the sewers and did nothing but feed from rats for years because he couldn't bring himself to either kill or feed off of other humans. That's a very Anne Rice thing, for sure. It sounds like a Nosferatu type of thing. Well, no, it's not just a Nosferatu type of thing. I mean, sure, Nosferatu can and probably do that, you know, more so than maybe other clans. But Louis was not Nosferatu at all, right? I mean, holy shit. Like, let's put it this way. I'm a straight dude, and after watching Interview with the Vampire, you can't tell me you don't feel a little bit conflicted. Okay. Interview with a Vampire. Louis. Right? This is literally Louis in Interview with a Vampire. Alright? You mean to tell me that this guy's Nosferatu? No fucking way. Right? He couldn't deal with the fact that he was a monster and that he had to feed off people, so he literally secluded himself to the sewers and ate nothing but rats for God knows how long. Or you have oh shit, what's his name? Armand. Armand has a lower humanity, but that's because what Armand does is Armand is, I want to say, is it Spain? I can't remember. It's either Spain or it's Italy, something along those lines. And basically, he is part of a traveling band of vampires that put on operas. And what he does, because it keeps up what would be considered the masquerade, is he will bring somebody out at the end of the opera or play, whatever the hell you want to call it, and it would most likely be a naked young woman who is scared, but because the entire play has gone on, everybody thinks it's literally just part of the play, and then he feeds on that woman at the end of a play. But because everybody is mesmerized by the play itself, they go, wow, that's kind of a weird and dark way to end a play, but I guess it makes sense because of the play itself, and it's supposed to be the damnation of the human soul and everything else, and yada, yada, yada. So Armand gets away with it. Right? But his humanity would be lower because he just looks at people like they're food. Nothing like hiding in plain sight. Yeah, absolutely. So there's a ton of ways that vampires get around it. But blood banks, absolutely. Feeding off of animals, absolutely. Like, there are tons and tons and tons of ways of doing it. Tons of ways of doing it. There's no, like... I mean, there are bad ways, but generally speaking, if it's an alternative to biting someone, it's hard to go wrong. So yeah, it's really, really interesting. Any other questions? That whole movie was so good, at least. Oh, I loved the movie. The movie was fantastic. And I said this last night, and you missed it, Aelin. I said this last night. Was it last? Yeah, I believe it was. It was either last night or it was Saturday. I can't remember. Either way, I said, I think Queen of the Damned is a very underrated movie. And I like... Is it Stuart Townsend? I keep forgetting his fucking name. Yes. I think Stuart Townsend looked better as Lestat than Tom Cruise ever did. And Aaliyah, oh my god. Aaliyah was perfect for the role of Akasha. Absolutely perfect for that role. Have you seen that movie, Aelin? I might have to watch that movie now. God damn it. And Interview with the Vampire. Fuck. I need to rewatch Queen of the Damned. Queen of the Damned, I thought, was very underrated. I thought it was very, very underrated. Aaliyah did amazing. He did absolutely amazing as Akasha. But it's Aaliyah. She's fucking gorgeous, or she was gorgeous anyway. Have you seen the new TV series they're doing for Interview with the... I haven't yet. Itzy actually brought that up not too long ago. I want to say it was Saturday when we were talking about this stuff. Both myself, well, I should say myself, Itzy, and Spoiled were all talking about it. I haven't seen it, but apparently it's pretty decent. But I guess it's on, like, Apple TV or something. It's something like that. I can't remember. But yeah. What's it called? Interview with a Vampire. Go to all. Yeah, Interview with a Vampire and Rice's Interview with a Vampire. Is an American Gothic horror television series by Roland James for AMC. Okay, AMC, that's what it is. Based on the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice, named after the first book, starring Jacob Anderson and as Louis, which is okay, and Sam Reed as Lestat. Okay, I can see both of those. Yeah, I can see both of those. It begins with the vampire Louis recounting his past and tumultuous relationship with the vampire Lestat. The series embraces the queer elements of Rice's work, which are only insinuated in the 1994 film adaptation, and deals with themes such as race and abuse. It is the first series set in the Immortal Universe, a shared universe based on Rice's novels. A series order was made in June of 2021 after AMC Networks purchased the rights to the intellectual property encompassing 18 of Rice's novels in 2020. Nice. It's on Prime as well. Ooh, okay. The series premiered on October 2nd, 2022, with the first 2 seasons covering the events of the novel. The series was renewed for a 3rd season in June of 2024 and is slated to return in 2026 with the title Anne Rice's The Vampire Lestat, covering the 2nd book in the novel series. The series received positive reviews with praise for its writing, costume, soundtrack, production design, lead performances, and their chemistry. It has received nominations at the Critics' Choice TV Awards and GLAAD Media Awards, among others. I think I might have found a show that I'm going to start watching tonight. I think I might. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at this. I love Anne Rice stuff anyway, so... So it's on Prime, huh? I'll have to take a look. I'll definitely have to take a look at that. But... back to this. Any other questions at all? Does anybody have any questions or anything they'd like to see in the campaign? Anything whatsoever? Like, what would you guys like? Or what questions do you have? Probably be, and the only reason why I'm bringing this stuff up now is obviously because obviously we just finished Bloodlines 2, but chances are outside of this stream for at least the next couple of months, anything and everything that we talk about when it comes to this is going to be just posted on Discord. While, you know, everybody gets their characters taken care of, and I, you know, hammer things out and create a narrative and a story and everything like that. It's on Netflix too. Ooh, okay. Oh, here is a thing. And I'm sure some of you will appreciate this. Any weapon restrictions? I mean, nothing that most humans couldn't get their hands on, right? I mean, there might be like some ancient weapon or something like that may come along at some point. And again, I'm just spitballing, nothing's definite. But there could be like some ancient weapon or something that, you know, a party comes along at some point that somebody's using and so on, that would be insanely overpowered. However, it would probably come with some sort of curse. Like the wielder of this loses their humanity or something along those lines, to the point where it would be such a it would really be such a problematic thing that it wouldn't make any sense for anybody to ever wield it unless under the most extreme circumstances, right? That way nobody becomes too overpowered and so on, and you know, you're not walking around with you're never gonna walk around with fucking Loki's fiery sword or anything like that, you know what I mean? That just rains damnation and sulfur and brimstone and shit like that down on people just for the hell of it. You're never gonna get that. And even if it does, even if something like that were to pop up, it'd just be so problematic for anybody to wield that they'd probably just become unplayable anyway. So yeah, I mean, stuff like that. But I mean, like guns, swords, knives, any regular stuff that you could wield IRL. Sure, why not? What good it would do you? I guess it depends on the situation. But again, yeah, that would really be the only kind of restriction. This is something that I do have to say, though, just so everybody's on the same page, and I know some of you will appreciate this, because I know for a fact that some people have had, whether it be VTM or D&D or D20 or Spycraft or Warhammer 40k in any variation, or Rogue Trader or whatever, they've had TTRPG stuff that has gone wrong before. My job throughout this entire thing as a game master, they don't call it a dungeon master for obvious reasons, but as a game master, my job is not to kill you, the player. My job is to help guide you through the story that everybody is helping to create. So one thing I will never do is I'm never going to sit there if you guys are just starting out and go, and a Methuselah pops in. That would be really fucking stupid. At that point, I'm just looking to kill everybody. Right? I would never, ever, ever do that, because it takes the fun out of it for everyone. You know what I mean? And let's face it, if you've played TTRPGs before, there are people who do that. No. You're thinking too small, Blue. You're thinking way too small. I'm literally talking about a world ender, right? First 5 minutes and all of a sudden literally a world ender shows up and I go, okay, and now we're fighting. That wouldn't make any sense. You guys would, A, it wouldn't make any sense narratively. You guys wouldn't have any fucking idea what you're doing. And B, that's literally just punishing the player for no reason whatsoever. Right? I'm not there to punish people. I'm there to help guide you through the world that I've created so that you can unfold a narrative or a story that is partially created by myself, but also partially created by you. That's my job. I mean, early game, I don't know any monster in this game rule set. You don't have to worry about it. Nobunaga, let me put it this way. That's so incredibly unrealistic, only because, again, if Nobunaga was a vampire, he wouldn't last long like that. He wouldn't. There's no way in hell he'd last long. Don't tell me stuff like the Red Horseman exists. The Red Horseman? Huh? So you mean actually be a good DM? I never doubted it. Well, yeah. Oh, you mean the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse? The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I mean, you gotta remember, we're in a world where, quite literally, you're talking about vampires. So if you're talking about vampires, and you're talking about Cain, you're also talking about God. And if you're talking about God, then you're also talking about angels and demons. So yes, of course, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse exist. Whether you see them or not is an entirely different story. So they absolutely exist, yes. Will you see them? At least in this campaign, fuck no. Unless you really fucked up. You know what I mean? You mean actually be a good... I mean, here's the thing, right? We've all had experiences. For those of us who have played TTRPGs before, we have all had experiences where somebody gets power hungry, somebody goes, well, I'm the GM, and what I say goes, and this and the other, and you're like, okay, but I'm not talking about the rules. I'm not trying to be a rule lawyer. I'm not trying to be a rule whore or anything like that. I'm asking a question. I'm trying to see if it... No. You can't do that because I said so. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, the entire party is getting punished because they're in the middle of a fight and they're just getting fucking steamrolled. All because somebody questioned what the GM or the DM was doing. That's really unfair. That's really, really, really unfair. And the way that I want to do it, there are two people that I want to do it like, okay? I'll show you who. Because I think very, 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 very highly of them. I think very highly of them.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle LA by Night. Chapter 2, Instruments of Darkness.
This guy right here.
Let's meet our vampires.
I'm going to go back to this one.
Good evening. I'm Jason Carl from White Wolf.
Jason Carl from White Wolf. Okay. And... yeah, Jason... I don't even know if Jason Carl works for White Wolf anymore, but Jason Carl's really, really, really good. And then the illustrious Chris Perkins. Those two are like top tier. Chris Perkins is an amazing top tier DM. There's actually, I'm sorry, there is one other. Acquisitions Incorporated. I mean, everybody has like decent DMs and Acquisitions Incorporated, but I'm looking for one in particular. Ooh, excuse me, I burped. Here, I'll do this. Jeremy Crawford. That was the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, Jeremy Crawford, who is a game designer for D&D. Or I should say did work for D&D. So Jeremy Crawford, Jason Carl, and Chris Perkins. Those three are amazing. So yeah, I go by their rule. I'm not there to kill anybody. I'm not there to punish anybody. I'm there to specifically help guide people. And I think that's the best way to do it. I really feel like that's the best way to do it. Right? I don't want anybody to not have fun. I don't want anybody to feel like they're being punished or anything like that. I don't. But that's also why it's important to read all the stuff that I end up giving you guys, because you'll be able to better understand what's going on. And if you guys have any further questions or anything like that, I can answer them. I can tell you how things are going to go. That's also why in episode 0 is very important for every single character, because now you know, okay, here's how I'm going to react to certain things. Here's how I talk about certain things. You know, I may drop a hint here or there. You know, I may get you into a tiny bit of combat or something along those lines, so you get the you know, you kind of get the swing of it a little bit, and stuff like that. But generally, everybody will have a certain understanding. Okay, this is how the game master is going to be, right? So it's important to have episode 0s for everybody. It's important to know that I'm not there to kill everybody or punish people and this, that, and the other. I want everybody to feel safe, and I want everybody to feel comfortable. Those are the two big things, right? The other thing, too, and I feel that this is important, is there is a very simple rule. A very simple rule. Red light, green light. Anybody who's ever played a TTRPG has probably heard that, right? I'm sure at some point. Aylin, you've heard of it, right? Never had to use any of the tools. Well, at least I never did. Which is fair. I've never had to use them either, but they are there. The way that it works, okay? Very simple. If I'm GMing and nobody says anything, that's a green light, which means keep going with it. Right? Yellow light, and you can always, it can literally, you don't even have to say light. You can just go green, red, or green, yellow, red. Yellow light is, this is starting to get somewhat uncomfortable. Red light, stop. Or skip over this part. Right? So at any point, if I'm DMing or GMing, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? They can literally, it's just assumed that unless somebody says anything, and again, it's obviously within certain boundaries, it's assumed that it's just green, right? I can keep going with it. At any point, somebody can just sit there and go yellow. Understood. I keep going, maybe lighten the mood a little bit, so on and so forth. And, you know, I steer it away from whatever it was that was making somebody uncomfortable. Red, we stop and we go in a completely different direction. Because again, I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable, and I want everybody to feel safe, and I want everybody to feel like they can trust me. The biggest thing is, if you have somebody who keeps constantly making people go yellow or red, then they don't generally care about their players. They don't. They really don't generally care about their players at all. Yellow, understandable, because there are definitely some topics where it could be uncomfortable. Yellow's understandable every once in a great while, right? Red, on the other hand, if you're bouncing back and forth between yellow and red as a GM, you're doing it wrong. You're absolutely doing it wrong. And you should not be allowed to GM anymore whatsoever. So, I can understand for some people, especially if they want to be on stream, right? Because this stuff would be on stream, and by the way, you wouldn't have to worry about cameras or anything like that. You wouldn't need a cam like I have, or literally you'd just be in a Discord call, and, you know, maybe we could make like a little PDF thing for when you talk or whatever. But generally speaking, other than that, you wouldn't have to worry about cameras. But, nobody should ever have to worry about this shit whatsoever. Literally no one should ever have to worry about this stuff. Right? It's already embarrassing enough sometimes, especially being live on stream. And there is pressure to be entertaining and stuff like that. There absolutely is pressure. So you've already got that pressure being on stream and being in a Discord call and all that stuff and having to worry about it to begin with. And that's all well and fine. But that also means that there is pressure on me that is always, always, always present, because I don't want to keep bouncing back and forth between these two. Because that means I'm touching on stuff that either A, is very personal to some people, or B, is just in very, very, very poor taste and probably shouldn't be touched on whatsoever. Right? And it doesn't make it fun for anybody else. So, yeah, I think a healthy amount of fear and pressure for the GM is absolutely a thing. For sure. And I'm going to be honest, I know you're joking, Bloop. Let me see if I can find a thing really, really, really quick, though.
What ambitions, what secrets lie behind the cold, dark eyes?
Yeah, I thought so. I don't even know if I can show this. I just want to show the actual cover. Okay, I can show the cover. The cover's fine. Thank God I can show the cover. At least there's that. So this is an actual thing, okay? I can't show you any more than this, but this is an actual thing, Bloop. This was for 3rd and 3.5 edition of D&D, and it was called the Book of Erotic Fantasy. I'm not even kidding. That's a thing. I was talking about that last night, yeah. This is an actual book. It's actually a troubling cover. It is. It is a troubling cover, yeah. Yeah, and it's compliant with an open gaming license, which means that you could probably turn it... You could probably use it for D&D, you could use it for the D20 system, you could use it for Spycraft, you could use it for Warhammer, you could use it for Vampire, you could use it for literally anything, because it's an open gaming license and it just gives you rules and stuff like that. But this was a very, very, very controversial book when it came out. Very controversial. As you can see. Well, no, open gaming license quite literally means that it's a book that doesn't specifically cater to any intellectual property. So you can use it for D&D, but you could probably also use it for Vampire, but you could probably also use it for Rogue Trader, but you could probably also use it for Spycraft, but you could probably and so on. You get what I mean, right? It doesn't really matter, but it will give examples. Oh, okay, well, hey, you know, if you're using a D20 system, this is how you would do it. If you're using a D10 system, this is how you might do so. You know what I mean? Yeah. But this came out at like the height of 3 and 3.5, and it was very controversial. I had to have a read through a while ago. Yeah, it's weird. It's I read through it out of morbid curiosity years ago and went, what the fuck? Like, they actually sat down and like took the time? And again, this is not something, by the way, that you could get away with on Twitch. Not even like remotely, you could not get away with it on Twitch. However, one thing that I will say is, even if you could get away with it on Twitch, it's not something I'd ever want to do. Ever, ever, ever. Because I've heard horror stories. I've absolutely heard horror stories when it comes to this book. Whether it's somebody makes a remark toward a character and out of character, somebody else takes offense to it. Or somebody else out of character becomes jealous because of the way the two characters are interacting with one another, and so on. You need a very rare and very special kind of group to even think of remotely using something like this, because it causes just way too many problems. Way too many problems. Right? And that's not something I'd want to do. Not even close. That would be galactically stupid of me to want to do. It is too real. And you got to remember too, there's also such a thing known as bleed, right? And I don't necessarily mean like in VTM, but there is a concept known as bleed or bleeding, right? Bleed is what happens when actions or words or certain things that a character does in roleplay are taken personally out of character. Right? So if two characters don't like one another, an example of bleed would be the person who's being, pointed at or laughed at or made fun of or whatever. That player is taking it personally and they think that the other person, the other player, thinks that of them, instead of these two characters just keep going back and forth and are constantly shitting on one another. Right? There is a thing known as bleed, and you definitely don't... You want to compartmentalize bleed as much as possible. You definitely don't want it to happen. Or in general, away from the table. It doesn't even have to be between two people within yourself. Yeah, absolutely. So, you definitely want to keep player bleed to a minimum. There is definitely some crossover anyway, because obviously you're creating your character, right? When you're role-playing, whether it's VTM or D&D or any of the others, you are your character, right? So there is definitely a little bit of bleed through that is fine, but you want to make sure that at the end of the day, everybody's happy, no one is out of sorts, no one is uncomfortable. You never want to have to deal with any of that shit. Because once people start feeling uncomfortable, that's when things really start to fall apart. Like, really, really, really start to fall apart. Because then you have animosity, and then you have jealousy, and then you, like, and anger, and it just... Then people stop wanting to show up, and so it's not fun anymore. Right? We're all here to have fun. Why add that shit in? It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. There's a lot of pressure as somebody who's going to be a DM or a GM, whatever you want to call it. Because you want to make sure everybody feels safe, everybody feels respected, everybody's comfortable. Kind of on the same subject, how are you going to deal with metagaming? Actually, very, very simple. I'm not going to tell anybody a fucking thing. It's just that simple. I don't give a shit. It's locked in my noggin. That's it. Can't metagame if you don't know it. That's the best and most direct way to deal with it. Now, to go a little bit deeper, right? I will say there may be times, and again, this goes back to like guiding people through stuff. There may be times where, let's say you're in the middle of an encounter, you're in the middle of a fight or whatever, right? A lot of the time, there may be people who are going, well, I mean, I could easily rip them apart and so on. Okay. But I could go something along the lines of, okay, well, just remember where you are, right? You could be in a back alley. This back alley contains trash, maybe sharp objects. It may, do a perception roll, see what you see, right? So on and so forth, right? I know there's campaign metagaming and then personal metagaming, like this could happen, but your character wouldn't know it with their knowledge base. Well, again, I, as a GM or DM, whatever you want to say it as, typically when it comes to guiding people, you want to sit there and go, okay, you can do that, but just remember that this could have negative consequences. And you don't have to go any farther than that. Just let them know this is something that your character would know. There very well could be negative consequences if this goes through. They still get to make the choice either way. And then they have to deal with whatever consequences there may be. You know what I mean? That's fair. Yeah. And I'm not trying to like be, well, hey, listen, you do this, there could be a fucking hit squad coming out. I'm never going to do that. But it would definitely be more along the lines of, there very well could be negative consequences. Your character would know that if they do this, this may be a turning point for them. And whatever those consequences may be, they may not necessarily like. And it gives them a moment of pause, and it gives them a moment to think. If they still go through with it, that's their decision, but they've made the decision knowing that their character would know. But yeah, as far as like campaign metagaming and shit, nah. All in my fucking noggin and all in notes and shit like that I'd be writing, and nobody would see a goddamn thing. That's easy. Common courtesy is the rule for metagaming, and trying not to do what the player knows that their character doesn't. Sometimes you forget having an honest table to be like, would you know that? Yes, exactly. Yeah. Now, we joke and have metagaming pigeons in our games that let us help guide each other if we think it's a bad thing. Oh, yeah, I mean, stuff like that doesn't bother me. Yeah, I mean, like, as a joke, I could literally, like, you could be in the middle of something, right? And it could be like, oh, well, here's a bus full of nuns, right? And all of a sudden, your character's like, ooh, bus full of nuns. I haven't eaten in a day or two. You know what and then all of a sudden a pigeon comes out of fucking nowhere and drops it, you know, and drops a letter in your hands while your hand is open, and it said, this is a really bad fucking idea. You know what I mean? Like, sure, as a joke, why not? Yeah, that's nothing. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with breaking the fourth wall every once in a while. Don't you do it? Yeah, exactly. You feel a presence in your head that goes, bad idea. An otherworldly presence you can't describe. Which would make sense in Vampire. It would, actually. That's the funny part, yeah. Like a slap to the back of that. Yeah, so, like, I mean, literally, stuff like that could easily be played as you've got the metaphorical devil and angel on either shoulder. You know what I mean? The angel on your shoulder leans over and says, hey, fuckhead, don't do it. Also, Mongo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I mean, yeah, stuff like that is easy. That's easy stuff to get around. Because, again, you don't want people to go off on a fucking tangent for no reason, and you just spent 2.5 hours doing something, and now they have to try and get their way out of it, and everybody else is really fucking bored because something that should have taken 5 minutes took 2.5 hours, and now the end result is nothing. You know what I mean? It'd be a detriment to the whole thing. You want to keep people engaged. You don't want to keep them bored. Boredom is bad. Just another work day, yeah. You talk to the pastor, he starts talking about he dreamt about Tom Brady. Sure. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of ways that you can absolutely do it. But yeah, so I mean, any other questions at all, stuff like that? Again, there's no such thing as a stupid question by any means. None. Because I know that there's a lot of us that haven't done this stuff before, but there are also those who have. Because see in D&D and don't know how it works in VTM, but how do you deal with shopping? It really depends on how you want to go about it, honestly. for all intents and purposes, actually, this is something I do need to put down. In the winter. And the reason why I'm doing it in New England in the winter, and I said this to Itzy last night, not last night, Saturday night on stream. Think of New England as Alaska Light, where you have 8 months of cold and snow that doesn't ever really seem to go away until it starts to, and then it becomes winter again. Okay? But here's the thing. You have no warmth? You don't need warmth. You're a vampire. You can't feel cold. But here's the thing. In terms of shopping, okay, if you really wanted to, you could absolutely walk into a store, right? And you could buy something off the shelf if you really, really wanted to. There's no problem with that, right? Go into a mall. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's dark as fuck outside because it's the winter in the middle of New England. You know what I mean? The fucking mall doesn't close till 9. So you still got 5 hours of shopping you can do if you really, really wanted to, but it's dark as fuck outside. Guess what? Sun went down. That's why I decided to put it in New England in the middle of the winter. So there are things where, and instances where, if you really wanted to, you could interact with normal people around, and that's all well and fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I don't need to look like a damn ice cube of a dead guy. You won't. You're a vampire. You don't feel cold. You're already dead. You already feel cold to the touch. Well, I mean, having the session kind of get derailed with everyone going shopping rather than doing the mission. Okay, so, fair question. The question is, let's say you have to go into a mall for whatever reason and so on, yada, yada, yada. Somebody goes, oh, okay, well, there's a store over there I'd like to check out. I go, okay, what is it specifically that you're looking to check out? Well, I'd like to see if they have this. I do a simple roll. Could be, honestly, I got more than enough fucking dice for a simple ass roll. Right? Hang on. I got more than enough dice for a simple ass roll. Right? I could do a D20 roll. 1 to 10, they don't have it. 11 to 20, they have it. See what I mean? Simple ass roll. What are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for this specific thing. Okay. Nope, they don't have it. Oh, okay, I'll go back to the group then. Done. Right? Or, yep, they have it. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. So you grab the thing, you go up to the counter, they say it's going to be X amount. Okay, well, I don't have that. All right, well, what are you going to do? Well, I think I might mesmerize them. Hey, I paid in full. All right, simple roll. If they don't make it, nah, you didn't pay for it, buddy. Sorry, you got to put it back. Or if they do make the roll, yeah, you paid for it in full, and then you get to walk out. Done. That's it. Just make it quick and you're gone. Unless it's like a specific part of the story where like you're trying to gear up for a thing, whatever that thing is. Unless it's a specific part of the story where the entire group is in on it and you're trying to understand where you want to go with things and how you want to gear up and you're talking to each other about it and so on. Yeah, you do simple shit and it takes maybe like 15-20 minutes. Just do really, really simple stuff, and you don't have to go into, like, extreme, excruciating detail or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's not like in D&D, where you go, yeah, I'm going to stop off at the apothecary, and, you know, then the DM has to sit there and go, okay, well, I got to come up with a voice. And they go, all right. So they come up with this voice. Well, how can I help you today, lass? Yeah, I'm looking for this specific... Oh, well, I mean, there were a few years back where I had some of those, but unfortunately, I don't think I've got any more. Let me check. And then he has to go into the back room, and he has to check, and now I have to roll all this shit, and like all of the... No, I'm sorry, dear, I don't seem to have any of those, Okay, well, thank you. Do you know who might have it? No, I'm sorry, I don't. And, like, that shit takes forever. We are modern day. Right? Potions like that are needed for vampires, you get from other vampires. You don't get it from the human world. And if you need them, they are probably going to be there when you need them, right? If you're gearing up for a thing and they go, "Here, take this." And the character throws you a thing, and it plops in your hand, and it's, you know, it looks like a bottle of cognac, but it's red. Oh, what's this? If for whatever reason you got to use any of your abilities tonight, you just take a swig of that, you down that whole sucker, you'll be able to use them you'll be able to use them over again. No problem. Oh, cool. Thanks. That's as far as it has to go. You know what I mean? Does that answer your question at all, Aylin? Because I know shopping can be a giant pain in the ass, especially in D&D games, for sure. Sweet. Yeah, I know that shopping can be a massive pain in the dick hole for D&D game. I've spent many a time... I have a story for you guys, by the way. I have a story. This is why I keep asking, or I should say, this is why I want to keep things as simple as possible when it comes to shopping. When I was in high school, I was playing a 3/3.5 campaign with my good buddy Mark. Mark was like a brother to me, right? He still is. He's an awesome guy. And he had these things in his world called purple potions. Now, nobody really knew what purple potions were, other than the fact that they make that just a drop of a purple potion makes a really big boom, right? If you let a drop of this stuff fall on the floor, you can blow up a shop. Okay? I found this out and spent all of my money every single time we went into a new town or a new kingdom, getting as many purple potions as possible. Because, here's the thing, purple potions had this really, really cool thing happen. A drop can blow up a regular shop. Just a drop on the floor. Once it hits oxygen, it becomes volatile. And one drop of it can just literally destroy an entire shop. Just blow it to pieces. Nothing you can do about it. Everything in there is obliterated. Take your standard size potion and fill it with that purple potion. Take your standard size flask and fill it with a purple potion. You're looking at basically a step below tactical nuke. I might have gone overboard a little bit. Fast forward about a year. I've been stocking purple potions left and right. Okay? Now, this was one of the funniest damn things that had ever happened, because at this point, I'm a ranger / rogue, okay? If anybody's ever played 3 and 3.5, you know how fucking insanely OP a ranger / rogue can be. They are insanely fucking overpowered. There is a tower, massive tower, filled with wizards that are trying to open up basically a portal to, I can't remember what otherworldly plane it was, what other plane of existence it was, but basically there were going to be a lot of bad things coming out of this portal because these guys felt that they were basically, they were going to be rewarded by whatever gods it was that were going to come spilling out and destroy everything and so on. All of my purple potions, and by the way, up to this point, I had kept a kill count of everything that I had killed with purple potions, right? I was in the thousands, all right? I'm not even kidding. I was in the thousands when it came to monsters, when it came to demons, when it came to literally anything and everything you can think of, including people. So unfortunately, I gained a reputation. But back to the story. Back to this story. So there's this tower. They're full of wizards. They're opening up this portal. It's a bad day. You've got kingdoms all over the place. They're going to be sending in their armies. They're going to be doing all this stuff, right? They're going to be trying to stop these wizards because this is a world-altering event. So our party gears up. I grab as many purple potions as I can. And there was this character, and it was really funny because there were all these other awesome names and everything like that. And there's this one guy, and his name was Mike. And everybody just called him Mike the Magician. And Mike was really, really good at making sure that I was always stocked full of purple potions. And I went up to Mike, my character went up to Mike, and said, hey, I know shit's gonna happen. And I know in the past I've been a little rash when it came to the usage of purple potions, but if there was ever a time to use purple potions, now would be it. And I had to roll for a, what do you call it? I had to roll a, I think it was not perception, but you know what, I had to roll a check to see if Mike actually agreed with it, and he did. He goes, okay, but just remember, persuasion. Thank you. Mike agreed, and he goes, okay, but remember, you got in trouble for this the last time. I understand this is a big problem, but if you go overboard with this, there may be no coming back. I said, I get it, I understand, stock my ass up. So I grabbed as many fucking purple potions as I could and put them in my bag. And thankfully, in Mark's world, purple potions only weigh 0.1 pounds. I had a lot of purple potions. So, back to the tower. We fight our way all up through the tower. And as we are going, because now there are armies of undead and everything else, and people are starting to get battered, and this thing is stories and stories and stories tall, right? We're talking like skyscraper type height, and you have to literally go up this spiral staircase that goes around the perimeter of this fucking tower to get to the top of the tower where all these wizards are, because this thing's like a giant fucking beacon for this portal, right? And everybody's starting to go down and they can't heal fast enough, and I just went, fuck it. And I take an entire purple potion and throw it all the way down at the bottom, and this giant ass fireball comes roaring all the way up. Singes most of us, but we're okay, and everything 28 stories below us is gone. and has now weakened the entire structure. So they're like, okay, well, you stopped them. And again, it's hordes and hordes and hordes of, and now you got a new group that are coming up, and they have to run all the way back up from the first floor all the way to the 20, and like, okay, we got time and everything like that, right? So at the very, very end, everybody except for, I think, myself had basically jumped off this tower because we were all getting our asses kicked, and the wizards were really, really fucking powerful. And I said, okay, I'm gonna do something dumb. And Mark went, oh no. I said, I have an entire bag full of purple potions. And he goes, okay. Said, well, I said, if we don't kill him, we're dead, right? Because everybody else has already jumped off the building. Some of us are using magic. Some of us don't have magic to use to make sure that we don't go splat and turn into road pizza, right? He goes, yeah. I went, okay. I'm going to take a purple potion out, and I'm going to take the rest of the bag, and I'm going to drop it on the ground. And he goes, okay. I said, and I'm going to take this purple potion. I said, and I said, in my adventuring gear, right? I said, I've got, like, cotton, right? He goes, yeah. I said, okay, then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take one purple potion, one flask of a purple potion, an entire thing of it. And I'm also going to take the cotton. And I'm going to wrap the cotton, because I'm behind cover at this point. I'm going to take this cotton and I'm going to wrap it around an arrow. And he goes, okay. I said, then I'm going to take the purple potion, and I'm just going to right on the fucking end of the arrow. And he goes, oh God, no. I went, oh God, yes. And he goes, okay, well, you're going to have to roll for it first, even though you're behind cover. But either way, it's going to take you, a round before you do that. I said, okay, no worries. I roll, I get it. So here I am, and I'm wrapping a fuck ton of cotton around the head of an arrow, and then shunk, just the entire fucking flask of a purple potion goes onto the end of this arrow, and it's a nice snug fit. And I go, perfect. Meanwhile, I have dropped this bag as close to these wizards as I possibly can. And he goes, all right, I'm afraid to ask, but what are you going to do? I said, I have a story for you. He goes, oh God. I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this arrow. I said, and I am going to fire it at my bag. He goes, you're going to what? I said, I'm going to fire it at my bag. He goes, you know that's like 20, 30 yards away, right? I said, yes. I'm going to fire it at my bag. I said, but here's what I'm also going to do. I'm going to run toward the edge of this tower, because I'm on the top of it. I'm going to run toward the edge of this tower, and I'm going to pull a Legolas. And he goes, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, you remember in the Two Towers when Legolas was doing his thing, and, he's killing people left and right, and then eventually he had to run and then turn around and jump and fire an arrow and had to kill an orc midair? He goes, oh no. I went, yes, I'm going to do that. He goes, you do realize that if this doesn't work the way you want it to, you're going to be incinerated immediately? I said, yes. He goes, dude, I'm going to be completely honest with you. You need to roll a nat 20 for it. I said, okay. Sure enough, I rolled a fucking nat 20. So my character pulled this Legolas, jumped off the edge of the fucking building, turned around, fired the arrow. It hits the bag. Everybody goes silent, and it took Mark about 5 minutes to come up with some sort of story to figure out how literally the entire party survived whilst simultaneously turning this entire area into Hiroshima 1945. Yeah. He finally goes, there's no really good way to explain what happened, but essentially what has happened is everybody who was in midair went this way really fast, and somehow that ended up breaking your fall. And because of that, you all survived. But nobody else did. You're a menace. Yes, I am. You can't give me something like a purple potion and expect me not to fucking absolutely use it to the maximum potential. So then we all got back to the staging ground. Meanwhile, entire armies are dead. They're vaporized. There is nothing left. And I'm talking enemy armies, allied armies, and so on, right? And we all come back, and we're the only people who come back. And we get a hero's welcome, because they saw the explosion. Who couldn't? You could see it from space. And Mike the magician comes up to me and he goes, I don't know how you did it, but A, congratulations on doing it and coming back, and B, you are henceforth banned for all time from using purple potions ever again. My groups usually wound up killing ourselves with that kind of thing. I did, unfortunately, almost end up killing everybody more than a couple of times with that, to the point where our buddy Willie, it's Mark's older brother, Willie was playing a dwarf and he got sick of my shit, because at one point I was just like I'd pre-dip arrows in purple potion and literally just fire them off, and as long as the rolls were good, they would hit something, either it be the enemy that we're attacking or it be something close enough to it where it just go boom and they'd be gone. And unfortunately, Willie was a dwarf, and he was I think he was just a dwarf. I think he was a dwarf barbarian, so he's up close, right? And Willie gets basically the entire left side of his face just fucking scorched. And I'm fucking left and right, you know? It's watching people go pop in glorious fireballs. And Willie's character gets sick of my shit and comes up and just smashes me in the side of the fucking head with his axe, and I am out cold. Until they drag my ass out. I'm like Steve Buscemi in Armageddon when he gets his hands on the fucking Gatling gun just because he can, and just starts absolutely going to town with it on the asteroid. That was me. The Scorched Earth option. I wouldn't necessarily call it Scorched Earth option. I think I'd probably call it No Earth option. But you can't give me something like a purple potion and expect me not to exploit the fuck out of it. Why do we want you to be our GM? Because I've done all the fucking dumb things, so I know what things to look out for. Nothing is a better teacher than experience. It's true. We make mistakes, we move on. You can't prepare for murder hobo. I can totally prepare for murder hobo. Absolutely I can. We're not playing undead hobo with a shotgun here. Well, shenanigans are one thing. Shenanigans happen, period. You can't control that. But we're not playing undead hobo with a shotgun. No way in hell are we doing that. But yeah, I've done all the dumb things. So, and I'm also well aware as to how dumb it was. So, yeah, you learn from these experiences. There will be consequences. Absolutely there will be. 100%. So, yeah, you know, you do the dumb things, you learn from it, you move on. Right? Use a purple potion too many times, you get smashed in the fucking face. You can do that kind of thing with a thing like D&D easier. IMO, yeah, absolutely you can. 100%. But again, Vampire is a very complicated and complex game and storylines and everything else, so it's harder to get away with stuff like that for sure. D&D, it really depends on the DM. You can either have a very story focused game where there's not a whole hell of a lot of combat, but it means more when it happens, or you can have very hack and slash, or you could have a mix of both. It really depends on the GM, but the fantastical and the fantasy aspect of it does tend to help more when it comes to that stuff for sure. But yeah, Vampire, it's very regimented in a lot of things for sure. So yeah. But yeah, I've done all the dumb things. I really, really have. I'll be honest. I've done really dumb things in Vampire. My first Vampire the Masquerade game ever. My first campaign ever. I did some really dumb things, but to be fair, we were all really young and dumb. All really young and dumb. So again, and looking back at it now, 20 some odd years later, I realize how stupid it is and how absolutely dumb our characters were and our GM. And I'm not saying anything bad about the GM itself, but again, we were all trying this new game out and we were enjoying it and seeing where the boundaries were and everything else. I had a Brujah character, okay? This Brujah character was a 5 on the humanity scale. So he was, you know, didn't really care about people. But he knew where the lines were and where you didn't have to, and where you could and could not cross and so on, right? There's no easy way to put it. We stole somebody's car. Because we had to. There were hunters on our ass. Okay? We were naive. Yes, that's a very good... There you go. We were naive. We stole somebody's car. Unfortunately, we did not realize that... well, it was a van. I'll be honest. It was a van. And I don't mean minivan. It was an actual van. We did not realize, though, that the person whose van we stole had a baby in it. Now, these hunters are after us. I came up with the idea that these hunters were not going to allow a mortal to be in danger. So I picked up the baby, kicked open the back door, held the baby up. The hunters didn't really care. So I said, okay, I'm gonna have to take it a step further because obviously they don't get the message. Now, I was afraid that if I threw the baby, it would end up going through the windshield of the car full of hunters that are chasing us. And I didn't want that. That's not what I was trying to do. That's not what I was trying to do whatsoever. I knew that if I did that, because you do have to roll strength checks and stuff like that, okay? I didn't want the baby to become a mosquito splat. So what I decided to do in my stupidity is I was trying to gently punt the baby, but I had to roll a strength check, and unfortunately, not only did I make the strength check, I might have been a little bit of an overachiever when it came to the strength check. And I mean, if there was a crit where everybody sits back and goes, holy fuck, this was the one. Because not only did I meet the requirements for the strength check, I went so far over that when I went to punt the baby, it just exploded. So it was literally like, and it just baby parts and blood everywhere. It didn't make the hunters any less angry. Yeah, I lost humanity on that one, for sure. I absolutely lost humanity on that one. I might... And, well, okay, here's the thing, right? The way that it works in Vampire is it's not like the D20 system where you say, okay, this is what I'm going to try and do, and so, you know, and yada, 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 and they make a call that's very specific, and they go, okay, you have to roll an at 20, and then it'll work that way. That's how I thought it was going to be. Unfortunately, that's not the case. You have to roll a very specific number. If you go over that number, you are now the overachiever. And it exponentially gets even more so what you wanted than just what you wanted. So when I just gently want to kind of drop kick and, you know, with enough power so that they can, oh my god, and they're trying to catch the baby and, you know, slow down and everything like that, and they'll be distracted. I went so far over this fucking number, it wasn't even funny. And it was just, no, you drop it, you go to kick, and it's just blood everywhere. And I was like, oh, fuck. So yeah, I've had my fair share of naive moments. I know where the lines are, and I promise that I will, unless it's something that's really, really funny, I won't let people go over those lines. I'll probably change a couple of things to make it harder to go over those lines, for sure. Because if you're just going by the book, if you go over that specific number, it's going to be a hell of a lot more than what you thought it was going to be. Right? So I'll probably just tack it up to, if you have, like, okay, you need, like, 4 successes and you end up with, like, fucking 10 successes, you got it. Whatever it was you wanted to do, you got it, right? We'll just count it as a nat 20. You know what I mean? Shadow the baby pun. Listen, I didn't mean to make it explode, it just did. Okay? It's not my fault. God damn it. It's not my fault. Or, again, same kind of thing. Same kind of thing. My character, this is the last story I'll tell, and then we're going to call it. Same kind of deal in terms of the strength thing, right? We're looking for somebody in a bar. I go into the bathroom. I go into the men's room looking for this person. Now, we don't have time to fuck around. So I go, okay, here's what I'm going to do. How many stalls are open? They go, well, all but one stall. Okay. So I have my character go over and knock very angrily on the door. They don't say anything, but you can clearly see, because of the legs and the pants down around the ankles, that there is somebody in there. And at the very least, the very loud shoes that you could see under the door matched the description of the person that we were looking for. So I went, okay, this asshole isn't sitting there and he's not responding. We don't have time for this. I'm going to kick the door open. They go, okay, well, you need X amount of successes. Again, same kind of thing. Went over the amount of successes that I needed to kick the stall door open, kicked the door into the person off the hinges, and then because of the amount of power that was used, the door, the person, and the toilet went through the back wall, and the guy turned into a puddle of goo. So yeah. Imagine having to go back and explain, and it was basically something along the lines of, I found him. Well, did he say anything? No, he had other things on his mind. You shouldn't just kick things. We were on a time crunch, okay? We were on a time crunch. I went to go kick the door open. It didn't go well. He got flattened like a folded pancake in between a bathroom stall door and a toilet that went through a wall. Tell me how that's gonna go. Because I can tell you how it went. So I've been there. I've made the mistakes. I have learned from them. I have absolutely learned from them. Okay, quick thing before we go. A, I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I want to thank everybody for watching. But B, tomorrow, we are not going to be doing Alien Isolation because I know that there are people that are busy, and I know that there are people that are sick currently. So we're going to hold off on Alien Isolation, and I put a thing in Discord, so please feel free to give me some feedback. I want everybody to be able to be here for Alien Isolation and the Chocolate Oyster Smoothie. I'm going to be doing both of those the night I start Alien Isolation. But I want to make sure everybody is not busy, and I want to make sure that everybody is up to snuff when it comes to health and everything else, and I don't want to, like, put restrictions on people. Oh, well, you missed it, sorry. You know, that kind of thing, as much as I can. So tomorrow, I'm going to do two things, and it's a palate cleanser, okay? Two things I'm going to do tomorrow. One, I'm more than likely going to try out the Star Trek Voyager demo for the new game that's coming out. And two, we are going to continue on with baby steps. Because it is a fun game, it's just there were other things that came out at the same time, and I needed to do spoopy stuff and all that other shit. So, we'll do those two things tomorrow. Hopefully everybody starts to feel a little bit better. Everybody, you know, starts to get less busy and everything else. I know November and December are busy times, but I promise we will be doing Alien Isolation and we will be doing the Chocolate Oyster Smoothie this month for sure. I just want to make sure, and I put stuff in Discord, so check it. I want to make sure that everybody is fine and we can set up a date and time and everything else for all of that to happen. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. After that, we're probably going to play another game called Amenti. And it is a game that True got for me. It is another horror game, but I figured we need something in between. We need palate cleansers. So, tomorrow, Star Trek Voyager demo and baby steps. I don't know how long it's going to take for either. We'll continue with baby steps until it finishes. We'll go through Amenti, and then hopefully that gives people enough time to to get better and get less busy, and we can set up a time and date for Alien Isolation and the smoothie. So that's what we're going to do. But that is going to be it for me. I want to thank Gina for that raid. Thank you so much, Gina. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We had Crit, we had Aelin, we had Bloop, we had Corgi, Medicine was here, we had Itzy for a little bit, we had Fafo. I want to say we also had Pixel Pixie, I think, for a little bit. We had Mongo. We had a bunch of awesome people. We really, really did. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I will be back later on today. We'll be doing the Star Trek demo, and we'll also be doing baby steps. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you